No sound, huh? Wow.
Whoops.
Oops. Double sound for me. Ah, you have it now. Awesome. Great. Crotchety, BOFH. How are you? I'm glad you guys can hear me, and I'm glad you're here. Hi, Andy. I'm surprised to see you guys. Hi, Det B. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see everybody. Now I'm loud. I'm loud. I'm always loud. What do you want? Hey, Rich. Nice to see you. Still awake? C squared. Hello. Elf. Yeah, crap. It's the show again. Every 2 weeks. Not sure. Oops. There goes the picture. It moved.
It'll be just a second.
No problem. Hey, you got a race. So Mike will be on. He's going to come in at 11. Actually, I need to send him the link for this hangout right quick, and so he'll be able to jump right in. What's everybody up to? 11 till 5. Yeah, wow, that's a really...
What the hell?
Close-up shot of my earring and my mouth. Coffee. You're smart. You're smart making coffee. Not sure what's going on with that, but we'll get it sorted soon. I think it was your girlfriend, Jeeper Elf, probably. Okay, so do you need me to move my camera, or am I good?
It's my computer. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't. It's actually the Google Hangout. For some weird reason, it's flaking out.
All right. Well, if it doesn't resolve itself, we do have backups for our backups.
Yeah. Hold on.
Just in case. Alrighty.
Keep talking. I'm just gonna play with the picture.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I was going to actually look for my Logitech camera stuff and see if that was going to be any help, if I could clear my camera a little. Hey, there it goes. Awesome. Much better. Just cover up my ass there in the woods. I really hate the new Google Hangouts. It has screwed up everybody's camera. It doesn't seem to work well.
Nope.
Ripple, Ripple, Ripple. What's good, Ripple? What new juices have you come up with? You're always doing interesting things. You, Scope, Scatman. All great juices. And enchanted e-cigs, of course. Also, good porn music. Any music is good porn music. Hey, Dougie, Dougie. So, for you guys who are at Palooza, I heard tell of a battery that vented that somebody just threw down on the floor and didn't bother to retrieve. You know, was not Palooza. It wasn't at Vapalooza. Vape Blast. Okay. I guess I'm confused about that then. Rio. I love my Rio. Vape Blast. Where was Vape Blast held?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. Okay. I don't know. I was actually, Mike sent me a video last night when we were talking on Skype, and that video was just horrifying. I put it into Jeeper Show, actually. I mean, it was just so ridiculous, you know, what the guy posted. Just kind of crazy. So I'm gonna put that into the room. If you guys have not seen it, yeah, you might want to watch it. And This is definitely the kind of stuff we don't want people sharing, because we're fighting for legitimacy here in the vaping world, and this is the kind of stuff that we definitely don't want people putting out. You know what I mean? Hey, Ray Ray, how are you? Um, did you have fun in Atlanta, everybody? Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Dougie Zen sent me that. I gave it to Elf, and feel free to pass it around. Steve, I really wanted to see you. I'm really sorry I didn't get to go, unfortunately. I don't think I can do Richmond again. It's just so crowded. It's the same crappy hotel and one restaurant in the whole area. I don't know. It's not too long a ride, and I did have fun on the ride down with Owl, but. What I posted on there was, dude, if you have to hold your mod with a towel, and that towel is clearly scorched and burned, you absolutely should stop what you're doing right away, like right away. Isn't that a clue? Isn't that a clue? It should be for most people. Yeah. I mean, if you gotta have a towel to press the button because it is that hot, you don't need to be doing whatever you're doing. And the build was just stupid, 10 strands of 24, crazy. So, I don't know, the guy's not too bright. Clearly, he's not too bright. Mike did post on that page too, it's way down the bottom. But yeah, that kid is crazy. It's kind of one of the things we want to talk about tonight is, because there are so many kids coming into that too, coming into vaping now, who watched a single video and are so informed. Nobody seems to read anymore. Whether you read at Vaping Underground or ECF, Vapors Forum, someplace, to get the information you need or to meet other people who are more informed than you are, Nobody seems to be doing that, It's all through social media like Facebook. I see all the time in some of the groups I admin that people are going, dude, watch Rip Trippers, get a mech mod, They're going from a Sigalite to a mech mod, which I just find kind of crazy, Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I will say that I need bolt cutters to cut through cable, but I'm so freaking weak. It's not funny, But you should have somebody you can go to who you absolutely trust with your life to get advice from. And if you don't, you can most certainly look it up. I mean, all the stuff that kid posted was just wrong, about the amp limits of the batteries, that what the stated limit is a lie. It's usually overstated. So, I don't get his point, I mean, he is making huge clouds, that's true, but he's also coughing and gagging, and he's saying he only takes 1 second pulls. I didn't see any of that in those videos. So, if you haven't seen it, and it's a little bit long, it runs about 23 minutes. You get it. You started out on a mech mod? I started out with an ego, probably like a lot of people, He was justifying doing really stupid shit. That's true. That's very true. The guy was holding the button down. Like, and I mean, right off the bat, when I saw he had a towel to have to push the button, something's wrong there. Something's wrong there. Um, yeah, he's using a 26 650. I don't think they were Minkies though. I'm not sure what they were. They looked like it, but I thought they were a different brand. So, and even if 50 amps is the limit, why would you want to push it to that? So, I mean, crazy. Genuine 100 amp stickers. Yeah, I think a lot of us started with ego kits, and then kind of go to the next step and the next step, and a re-rep Sony. Okay. It was just crazy. And he looked really young. Water pipe hits. I mean, I don't know. Where can truthfully, if you're going into a restaurant and you're blowing those kind of clouds, they're not going to want you in there. And I want to be able to vape in a restaurant or in a bar. And if people see this huge cloud coming at you, it sets them off. It just does. Whether they can smell it or not isn't the point, kind of. Just that big cloud. And I'm not against cloud chasing, but I'm against vaping unsafely, totally. So, I'm just, I don't know. It's just so much that can go wrong, and there are so many kids who believe that they know what they're doing, and they truly don't. I mean, I see. There's a shop here near me. It's called Wicked Vape, and they have a lot of kids coming in, like really young, 18, 19-year-olds, and they have started taking the builds that they're coming in with because they can see they are unsafe, and they are keeping them, and they're taking their batteries away, and they're providing them with appropriate batteries. They're redoing the builds and, giving them or selling them a new battery so they can vape safely. And I think that's a really good thing. But I know there are a lot of shops who are just in it for money, and the people are not experienced, really don't know what they're doing, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen that too. Hey, ma'am. How are ya? And Rustica. There are a lot of vapes you can smell. Like, I like the smell of caramel and cinnamon vapes. Does everybody? Probably not. But I also am not blowing these head-obscuring clouds either. So, hey, Silver Girl. Nice to see you. Tony the Vapor. I'm totally focused on it, and I have forgotten to give Mike the link to the Hangout so he can come in. Strong smelling. Seahawk, hey, how are you? I don't think they are. I mean, I don't know that I notice them all that much. I honestly think the levels of diacetyls are minute. And Shaitan, hey Ryan, nice to see you. Wow, I'm honored. Long time. Long time. Thanks. I'm glad you're back in Rustica. I know, total reunion. The gang's all here. Anyway, I don't know. I guess if you don't want to vape diacetyl, you don't have to. But can you make a custard without diacetyl? I don't know. I'm not a mixer. I don't claim to have any knowledge of it. But from what I see, I don't think it's enough to kill me. So, So I honestly, it's not something I'm going to worry about, you know. And if you guys have not tried using hemp in your builds, you absolutely must. You must. You have to get yourself some elf wick, and hopefully we'll give a little bit away tonight, you know. It is great, great, great. It so beats hands down cotton or anything else you could be using, okay? And I'm a huge fan of the German Eco Wool. I'm telling you, Annie, you have to try it. It's amazing, amazing. I have it in a ton of devices. The only thing I can't use it in is a Jenny. So, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's fine if you want to blow clouds, but if you're just doing it to draw attention to yourself, it does bring negative attention, you know what I mean? Yeah, Zenbeard works well. I don't know that it will. I don't know that I want to vape anybody's beard. But Elfwick is amazing, amazing. No taste, very clean. You guys are going to love it. I swear, you will love it. So you definitely have to check it out. Links in the room. Thank you. Here you go, Mama. Hey, G-Dubs. How are you? Let me just leave you for 1 second so I can send Mike the link. Oh, there's pictures of Loki and Mike. Holy Christ, Loki, you just dwarfed him. I hadn't seen that picture before. You just dwarf him. Nice picture. Very nice. Not sure how to drag it in here, but I'll have to try, I think. Miss Mama, feel free to, oh, damn this. What is this? Good grief. It's posting the times, the names, everything in here that I don't want. Okay. Let's see if that went. It did. Awesome. Anytime you're ready. So I'm just telling him that the gang's all here in the room waiting on you. He's a very sweet guy, very sweet. Hey, NC Vapor, how are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody. I'm glad you guys are all here. Vaping, hey, hey. I ran out of apple cider today, so I can't have my usual hot drink. You only vape Chattel Cotton? I like Chattel's Cotton too. He was nice enough to send me some, and I quite like it. It's really great, great stuff, Chattel Cotton. But I have to say, the hemp is my favorite. It's my favorite. I'm going to disagree with that. I did try to use some, but it. The reason I don't like it, you know, and you know, it's personal to me, is it has a sweetish taste to me, and it gives me. I don't think you can use hemp in a Jenny. I don't know. Elf, can you use it in a Jenny? I mean, I have cable in all my Jennies, or mesh. So I have used it though in vertical wicks, but I would think you could not put it in a Jenny. You know. So I don't know. Let me no. So this is my Storm Boy on the ZNA, but It's really great in drippers, I have to say. And I'm not a particular fan of drippers, you know, but if I'm using hemp in it. So, ah, maybe I need to have you set one up for me, Dougie. You know, I'm going to change out my K funds and put hemp in it. I have all shadow cotton in it. But I have not tried to make it work in a Jenny. So I just have cable or mesh typically in my Jennies. And that works well for me. I did put Ready X Wick in my Promate, but it hurts my throat for some reason. It just, for me, meh. I saw that. You know.
I wanted to show everybody what the elf wick looks like. This is why it's kind of difficult to use in a Jenny. It's very fluffy, but this is what elf wick looks like. It's awesome in drippers so far. I'm gonna figure out how to use it in tanks because I want to see how well it works in a tank. But that's what it looks like right now.
Nice. Yeah, it's very clean, odorless, tasteless. You really just taste the juice. And sometimes even with cotton, I get a slight, I get a sore throat and a slight sweetish taste, and I'm not sure what that is, So, yeah, stay on. I'm not sure what it is, but I have actually Dire Havoc has done a couple vertical coils for me in the Storm. And it works really well. No, it's not labial. It's not tampons, okay?
Every time I've tried to use cotton in a tank, and granted, I use an Agate too, so this is what I'm trying to figure out, is how to use the elf wick in an Agate too. Every time I've used the cotton, I burnt the shit out of the cotton and it fell apart. So I want to see if elf wick will do that. I haven't tried it yet because I just built this coil, so I don't want to, destroy a coil after I just built it. So, like I said, if I figure out how to do this, I will let everybody know. And yes, you can roll the shit out of it. It's actually very, very malleable.
It is very malleable. It really formed quite easily for vertical coils. You just roll it. Now that I've said that, would it make a good tampon?
In a pinch, I'm sure.
I don't want to actually do the, I don't want to do the study to find out, but, just saying.
But, I mean, you can roll it into a little wick shape and everything, so my theory is, yes, you can use it.
Yeah, that's exactly what the vertical coils look like, so,
Elfwick.com. That's where you get the elf wick, is elfwick.com.
Elf, why don't you put the side back in again? Really? Mine doesn't fall apart. Thanks, Loki. Mine, I have Shadow's cotton, which comes in little squares. I haven't had any problem with it falling apart. I just cut off a very narrow strip and just thread it right through, and it's great, Oh, nice. So you're using already, Michael's 43. You're already using the elf wick. Excellent. Camino Diablo, hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Well, let me see this picture. Oh, very nice. Oh, very nice. Nice. Yeah, I like it. So you just have the coil just sitting right on top of it. Very cool. Nice picture. Really great picture. Nice. Nice. A long time no see, buddy. Where you been? Oh, sweet. Mr. Sore Throat sent you. to send you some to try. Yeah, it's great. I have to say, there's none of that with the hemp. You know, no sore throat, no odd flavors, no nothing. You know, so why is this thing running a scan? I'm not sure. Hmm. Um, it's it's great. It pulls apart. You want to cut it straight up, the way the grain is running. That's the way I cut it, so it doesn't. I've never had it fall apart. Hmm. That seems a little odd to me. I mean, I'm not doubting that it could, but I have not had that happen, Vaping Girl.
I haven't tried it, so I have no input on that.
Hmm. Ah. Hmm. Maybe it's just something about the brand. I don't know. I do like Chattel's Cotton. I don't get any off tastes with it at all. So I have been using that in my K-Fons, pretty much. And I did have it in my Magma also. So, oh, my thanks, Greyhawk. I thought you had been in a few of the shows. So it's all right. Nobody knows who I am. Nobody puts my actual name with, the CB from here. So it's okay. I'm good with nobody knowing. Gee, that's a face obscuring cloud there.
I think this is a 0.8 ohm coil too, because I don't like sub-ohming at all.
Right. Well, I don't see anything wrong with using 7 or above. So, and that said, I do have some sub-ohm coils, but I don't use them often because it's very hot, and I really don't like a hot vape.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Will, how are you? Yeah, I just thread it through. I don't use any juice, but I mean, there's all kind of ways to do it. I think Annie's Unfettered Soul way is a good way to do it if it's falling apart on you. I can vape Canon Addies. It's funny you said that. I just happen to have 2 Canons here for 306s. I'm good. I'm good. Hopefully you'll get your juice since we now know the city you live in. I like the Aspires too, and actually I have one on my Pravari. Oops, let me turn the sound down over here. I'm not sure who is messaging me. Okay, Rich. Okay. Alrighty. Let me shut the sound off. Would be a good idea, right? You can run a can on a bottom feeder. I haven't done that in ages. I like them just to drip, actually, just like this. This one is not an Icon vape, but let me just pull it up here. I think it's actually a Cisco, a really old Cisco 306. So, a really old one. You can see there's a bridge in there. Minion, yes.
You got a
little
minion?
from Captain Howdy's Mod Shop. It's very cute, right?
Very.
I want to thank Captain Howdy's Mod Shop and Craig Carr for sending this to me. I thought that was really sweet of them. Angie, how are you? They're so cute. I think Lisa has pumpkins, right? You're a sucker, Ripple. At least that's what I heard. Some lady told me that, or actually a couple. You like the Russians? I hate the Russians. I really am having issues with my Russian. The deck keeps the deck keeps sliding, you know. So don't know about the Ukrainians. Hey, Paula, how are you? But my Russian is off again because it's not firing. Every time I move it, you know, set it down, put it in a holder, and I had it on my pipe. It just deck keeps moving, and so I'm having real issues with that. So it sucks for me. I love the way it looks, but it sucks. So yesterday I got a fogger, a version 4. I did tighten down the positive post. Actually, I don't think it can get me tighter. Why isn't this thing focusing on this? It should be, but it's not.
It's the Google Hangout.
Okay, okay. So I do have it on the very pretty orange Z2. Very pretty on the 490. It works well. It has dual coils in it, but because I vape 24, yeah, dual coils at 0.7 or 0.8. I'll have to actually look. It's really strong, even for me, okay? And I don't usually have issues with the nick being too strong, but it's kind of insane with dual coils. It's too much for me, damn near. To vape all day, at least. Can't go all day with that. Let me just see what this is running at. Ooh. Oops, just lost an O-ring. It's really nicely made, though. It's beautifully made and really sturdy. Okay, okay, so so it's about 0.6 actually. I thought it was a little bit higher. Let me see, because we have a leg, I can't really. 6.1.
Yeah.
Whoops, what happened? It went off.
There it goes.
There we go. Okay, so about 6. It says 5.9, 6.1. So I'm guessing it's right about 6 anyway. Yeah, it's very strong. Very strong with 24. I think I may have to actually take it out and put something with less nick, and I really hate to even say that. So, you know, 0.8 and it'll be good, you think? Because usually the nick doesn't bother me to do that, you know, but to use 24 and with duals, but it's very, very strong. Castle Wrong. I just got some Castle Long, and it's really good, really, really good. I do like, you know, like a K-Fun, I like to run it about 1.5, so, you know. Boba's is what the spare smells like, Ripple, you think? You are so horrible. You are so bad. You know what? I had a couple bottles of Gorilla Juice, and I sent it to somebody. They weren't even open. You know, that I bought like the first year or so, second year I was vaping.
That might be expired there, CB.
No, it wasn't. I tried it before. It was still great. Really great. Whoops, I lost your audio.
Uh-oh.
Can't hear. Whoops, it cut out for a second.
Okay.
You like Cutter at 0? I just can't vape a whole lot of fluid anymore. I used to really love it, but can't do too much of it anymore. Angie, I forgot it's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Angie.
Don't worry, we won't.
If I
We
could
won't
sing,
sing.
I'd sing for you. Maybe we could get Celtic to come and sing for you. I know Mel would love to have a musical interlude, right?
No, that's quite all right, really.
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
I'm
but
teasing Celtic too.
He's a good guy. Celtic's a good guy, I have to say. Moose, how are you? How you doing? 4 years today. That's amazing. Congrats, Tyven. Amazing. There's so many here who've been around quite a long time. Man, be freaking old.
Man, I'm starting to feel like a baby vapor in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of 4, 5, 6 year vapors in here tonight. Yeah, they seem to love Celtic. That's true.
I like to torture
Happy
Celtic and torment him as much as possible. Yeah.
2.5 years for you. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at.
Very nice. Congrats, crazy mom. Happy vaporversary, Tiff. Big moves. 4 years for you. 4 years for me in October.
Wow.
Yeah. Lint's about to hit his third. Very nice.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dougie.
Very nice. 15 minutes your first day. Yeah. April the 5th. Very nice. Unusable Ripple, huh? Tobacco vapes for 3 months. Yeah, I have to say there are Qualca from ECF is making some really phenomenal cigar vapes. If you like cigar vapes, and I never found any that were really great, but I did ask him to make some from the cigars I smoked, and I have to say those came out amazing, just amazing. All Maduro. And oh my God, they're so good. So good. Wow, with snooze. I have tried snooze only once. They're very salty, I found. I did not get much of a fruit flavor from it. Just a lot of salty flavor. Kind of disgusting.
Okay.
So, snooze, yeah, they just didn't taste, even the menthol was kind of salty tasting. I guess I've had it twice, actually. I had one in Rhode Island at the hearing Non-Toxic Vapor and I were at. Hey, Escalade dude, speaking of cigars, yeah, wow, Hanks and Rye 4, wow. I was just talking about that the other day. The juices that I first vape were like a majority PG, and now people want, 100% VG. I don't know. It makes me very congested. I'll bet it's full of milk surprise.
Every time I've tried 100% VG, I lose flavor drastically.
You do lose a lot of flavor.
And I like my flavors.
I do too. And I think I started off believing that VG was better for me, but what I found was that it made me very, very congested. And after I had stopped using all my inhalers, I started to need them again, and I managed to make the correlation between the high VG juices was having made for me. Yeah, it just didn't sit well. Not only that, they make the window of my car very greasy when it's high VG. So,
yeah.
I am not a fan of it. And Zen was saying that anything that leaves a film on the car, he won't vape. So, he vapes a very few juices, mostly his. So, but, I guess I don't know why it shouldn't be true. I mean, it makes sense to me. So,
Well,
yeah,
nicotine in general will eventually leave a film on windows. It takes a little bit longer than it did with cigarettes, but it will leave a bit of a film.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, I mean, eventually somebody will do a study about that, but, I don't know. I hear quite a bit people think they're allergic to PG, and I'm not sure that they are. I think it gives them a sore throat, it dries their skin out, and, if your skin's dried out, it's possible to scratch it and make it hivey, But I'm sure that people, when they say I'm allergic to PG, that they mean really they've been to the doctor and found an allergy, because it's in every freaking thing. PG is in your toothpaste, mouthwash, I mean, it's in everything.
Yes, but PG in your toothpaste and stuff, you don't eat toothpaste. You put it on your teeth, you spit it out. Lotions, it does soak. It does soak into your skin. I know a lot of people that go into hospitals and they get very dry-throated and itchy skin because of the PG in the air. So it is possible to have a PG allergy. I don't think it's as common as people think it is.
Yeah, I definitely don't. Ripple, you're so bad. I'm typing and there's nothing popping up because I haven't actually clicked the mouse in the right window, of course, right?
Nice.
I shall be right back. I'm just going to grab my pipe and
okay.
I'll return in 2 seconds.
Okay. Great, she's leaving me on cam. Yippee!
Yes.
Creed, actually there are flavorings that are coming out in VG or alcohol. The alcohol I wouldn't suggest vaping, but some people do like it. But there is a lot more flavors coming out in VG. They're not as strong as the ones that come out in PG, though.
Damn it. Where the hell is my pipe?
She does that. Yeah,
And
I don't like...
I have clothes on, actually.
Woohoo! I don't like alcohol flavorings at all. Anything that's based in alcohol, I'm not a fan.
So what did you want to get out?
Yeah, right? Well, we all know CB would lose her mind if it wasn't attached. Aha!
Put her up and bring her in.
Okay, let me redo screenings. Hold on. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Give me just a second, I'll put you back on cam.
Alright, don't put the big homely guy on too soon.
But we like the homely guy. There we go. And we have a Zen.
Hey, hello, how are you?
Good, how are you? CB's wandering around her house looking for a pipe.
What? Oh,
looking for a pipe.
is that what we're going to do? We're going to vape pipes tonight?
Pipes.
I can't do that.
Can't vape pipes? Well, that's not good if we can't vape pipes.
You can, I just can't. I don't have a pipe.
Oh.
Is it pipe week at ZFO? Somebody says.
Today was pipe. Well, this week has been pipe week at the ZFO.
Oh, nice.
We've been having fun. We've been
Sweet.
piping.
Well, I found my pipe.
Yay!
All right, I'm getting mine out. Here we go.
Awesome. So how you doing there, Mr. Mike?
I'm doing good. How are you? There we go. We're gonna be vaping this lovely pipe tonight. You can't see it, can you?
Well,
Yes.
of course we can.
The lighting is horrible.
Hey, my
Is that a
pipe.
skull?
Wait a minute. Hang on.
It's a skull.
We have
That's
to improve,
awesome.
We have to improve the lighting. Give me a second here.
Yeah. Hey, I should get mine that's like that.
I know. It's a fashion show, don't you know? Here we go. Here we are. Ooh, spooky.
Yes, very.
That is
Then
pretty.
Then we have the,
Oh, amazing. Look at the detail in that. Amazing.
so,
And beautiful. Beautifully done.
that's a Alexandru Garg pipe.
Yes.
Garg.
And this one is too.
There you go. I have another one here that's another Alec one.
I happen to know that you, I do follow. You've seen the skull pipe, and
What?
it's exactly like the one that Zen has. And this one is a 490
Yeah.
with my Chicks with Wicks vape in.
Where's my vape band? I gotta go get it. I'll be right back.
All right. Mm-hmm.
And then there's me with a Provari.
Actually, I never use it though because my hammer sucks. I'm sorry I bought it. Matter of fact, I don't think I've even used it. Maybe once since I got it for some reason. You know, the string compressed on it. I got short the spring, so.
CB, you are digitizing really bad tonight.
Yeah. Should I restart the Hangout maybe, or?
Maybe refresh, because you are digitizing pretty bad.
All right.
What's going on?
For some reason I'm turning into a robot here.
We like when that happens.
Yeah, me too. So I will just refresh in the Hangout, and I shall be right back.
Okay.
Alright, I have my chicks with wicks, so everything's good here.
All right. Awesome.
Geez, you guys have pipes, you have chicks with wicks. I have a mod hugger.
You got a what?
Mod hugger.
What's a mod hugger?
A mod hugger is something made by Enchanted E-Cigs. It's to carry larger size mods
Oh,
on
I've seen those.
lanyards.
I've seen those. Okay, very cool. How come when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to a Camaro?
Because I'm on cam I'm producing the show.
Ah.
So if I put my face on the Hangout, it doesn't work so well with the actual show.
Got it. How exciting.
Yes, so you gotta talk to a Camaro. At least
Alright,
it's
well.
a pretty Camaro.
True. Very true.
Okay, let's
Is
see if
that
this
your-
helps. I wish,
Is that your
no.
Camaro?
I wish, no.
Siege is back.
Steve's is
I'm
back.
Is
A little
it
bit better. It's better.
Okay, because actually the Google crashed when I tried to reload it. It says download plugin for Google, but it's already in there. So
Oh,
Yeah, I've
it
had the
crashed
same
twice.
problem.
yeah, not good, not good.
It crashed twice when I tried to come in, so
It does that every time for you.
it's a conspiracy. It's okay.
Mad Cat, how are ya? Okay.
How come somebody said R.I.P. Bullet Box? Oh, I just
I don't. Steve-O said that.
Chris
Oh,
Witch just
Chris said
fried.
he fried it.
Mm.
Boom, smoke pouring from inside. Wow.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm sure Matt will fix it.
Holy moly, that's not good. I haven't used mine in ages because I kind of would like to put a diver in it.
It's
But, you know, that's saying it does, Use stacked batteries, I believe.
It does use stacked batteries, but it would
Yeah.
be very difficult to vent them using that circuit because
Right.
the input resistance of that circuit is so high, it doesn't really tax the batteries very hard. So,
Yeah.
so yeah. So what's new and exciting in this world over here?
Well, not so much. Lots of vaping advocacy whenever possible, and safe vaping. So we were talking about earlier that video that you sent me.
Oh, how about that, huh?
I watched that actually today, and I passed it around a little bit, and in spite of all the negativity, the comments, not one person has said, "Oh yeah, you're doing the right thing. It's great what you're doing." Not out of more than 400 comments. All of them decry what he did as just sheer stupidity.
Yeah,
Because we know better.
And that's the thing is that there is a lot of sheer stupidity going on now, and it's all with this attitude that says they know what they're doing, and the people that tell them that they're doing it wrong or doing it dangerously, should just shut up and go away. And honestly, it's like it's really making it. This is bad. Let's just face it. The bottom line is that this is bad. Steve, you and I, we go way back. We're old guard in this. I think. I think it's safe to say that. I mean, you go back 5 years plus.
Yep.
So do I. And the last time I checked, we got into this for what purpose?
To better our health, to do things in a safer manner. Harm reduction was and is the basis for my vaping and yours.
It was our mantra. I mean, we've gone in front of. I'm going to go on a limb here, okay? Because it's been a big topic this week ever since the explosion in San Antonio. But I'm going out on a limb here, and it's like we've gone in front of Congress, okay? The old guard in this thing. We've gone in front of Congress. We've gone in front of state senators and U.S. senators and members of the House of Representatives, and our plea has been, we want to do this so that we can have a safer way to get nicotine. Okay, that's been our plea, and a lot of this industry exists because the pioneers of this industry that really started the movement went out on a limb back then and said, you know what, we're going to speak out on this. We're going to say what we have to say. And you're gonna have a hard time stopping us. And you know what? I think it's safe to say that those people that first gathered in Philadelphia at the first Vape Fest, okay,
Right.
We didn't do any of this and work so hard to promote this so that some jackass can go and blow his hand off. Okay.
Absolutely.
And not saying that a guy blew his hand off, but somebody's going to. And
Somebody, in fact,
I'm sorry, your audio broke up on me and you disappeared for a second, but
somebody did in fact blow a hand through their hole. Those pictures are out there.
and let's face it, we didn't run this go to great personal expense and go to great efforts to promote this sort of thing. And honestly, I've had it. I mean, I really I'm tired of being told that we don't know what we're talking about. They're telling us it's perfectly safe to vape this way if you know Ohm's law. well, you know what? It's not perfectly safe to vape this way. And if you knew Ohm's law, you wouldn't do it. So,
Well, I agree. I totally agree.
C Squared said in there, I remember when 2 ohms was low. You know, my first e-cig was an 801. It was 3.6 ohms and it had a 3.2 volt battery. Okay. You know, the watts were minuscule, and we saw the need to increase that. But I remember when 1.5 ohms was unthinkably low.
Oh my God! It was the lowest you could go. Actually,
it was unthinkably low.
Yeah.
And over the last 18 months, we've all watched it go from sub-ohms being a taboo to sub-ohms being a craze to this nano-ohm thing that's going on now, which is point zero something. And you know what? You know, there's a whole bunch of things that are important to realize in going into that. Is number one, there isn't a battery designed to drive that kind of a load. Okay. You know, in any other part of the electronics industry, 0.0 anything is considered a dead short, and you don't put a dead short on one of these batteries. You don't.
Very bad.
It's
Yeah,
just a stupid thing to do. And you know what? In a local group here, me and Jason from the ZFO, we actually got kicked out of groups because we started referring to it as dumb ohming.
Dumb ohming.
Okay.
I like
that.
And as far as I'm concerned, you know, we shut up about it for a little while because people were getting irritated by the fact that we were calling them dumb. At this point, I hope the term sticks. It's not sub-ohming, it's dumb ohming. And you guys that are out there doing this kind of stuff, if you're watching, this night is going to be, you know, is going to be all about you, you know. So
Hard ohming.
Hard ohming. You know what the problem with that, Jay, is that you're insulting retarded people when you call it hard ohming.
I'm going to say that's absolutely true. And speaking as someone with a retarded brother who's a very clever guy, yeah, I don't think he'd be stupid enough to indulge if he was a smoker in this.
Yeah.
Do you consider what do you consider a safe? I know you're speaking that there is no safe sub-ohming, but is 0.8
You know what?
okay? Is
You know what?
0.9?
I'm going to go out on a limb here as being a major manufacturer of mechanical PVs. Okay.
Yeah.
Vape with regulated PVs. Okay. Vape regulated. You know, you want to put the word safe on there, okay? Then have something between your battery and your load, okay? You want to take some personal risk? Don't take it too much below an ohm, to be honest with you. What's going on inside that battery as you put a load that's below an ohm on there, the electrons are moving back and forth faster than the chemistry can handle, and it goes to a critical mass and it blows up. It's just not safe. You know, at the ZFO, we've got a sign on the door that says if your build is under 0.7, don't walk through the door. And we check them. If somebody comes in, they blow a gigantic cloud, we take the meter out and we check them. And the key thing here is you don't have to go sub-ohm to blow gigantic clouds, okay? If you want to blow clouds, learn some building skills. You want to impress me, blow a gigantic cloud at 1.5 ohms, okay? You don't impress me blowing a gigantic cloud at 0.0 anything. It's too easy. Okay, your battery makes enough vapor to without juice to actually do that. So,
Right.
I'm angry right now. Okay, I contacted vape events that I'm scheduled to attend at, and I said I will not be there if you're going to have a cloud contest. I've contacted them and said I think you should put signs at the door that say people with builds below 0.9 shouldn't be even allowed through the place. It's too dangerous for the spectators. It's too dangerous for the people in the crowd. It's dangerous for the vendors. I mean, we're standing at a table. We're standing at a table a foot and a half from somebody who's got 0.09 in his hand. Okay, you're risking my safety when you're vaping that as well as yours. You're risking the people next to you when you're doing it. You know,
Right.
It's just that simple. If you want to do a mechanical, keep it above it. You know, that's my that's my deal. You want to have a cloud contest? Here's a fun cloud contest. Go learn how to build the proper coil that can make a big cloud at 1.5. Have a cloud contest that starts at 2 ohms or 1.5 ohms. Non-Toxic Vapor says they claimed it wasn't someone in the contest. Let me tell you something, Non-Toxic Vapor. It was a spectator of the contest. And it's got nothing, you know, the contest is simply promoting this behavior, okay? The reason I'm against the contest is because it promotes the behaviors, okay?
Right.
You know, the industry should not be promoting the behaviors. The promoters of the events should not be promoting the behaviors. Nobody in this industry should not be promoting the behaviors. Yet, and I've seen vape stores in my own town that say, we don't think you should sub-ohm, yet they sell 22 gauge wire, okay? This is all about the Benjamins to these people, okay?
Yeah.
This is all about, I don't want you to sub-ohm, but by the way, here you go, here's 20 gauge haywire that you're going to wire your stuff with. It's pandering to the lowest common denominator. And in all honesty, you know, the manufacturers, the brick and mortar stores that are selling these people these goods, the online stores that are selling these people these goods that can even build these things, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth because they say we don't promote sub-ohming, yet they sell the material that makes it even possible to do it.
Right. Right.
You know, and not to get on my high horse, which I'm already on, but at the ZFO, our store, you can't buy wire that isn't 32 gauge. We don't have 30, okay? You know, let alone 26, 28, 24, 22, and 20. You know why? It's dangerous. It's,
right.
You know, there it is. I mean, you know, there is no such thing as a 35 amp 18650 battery. It's a lie. It's a piece of plastic that's wrapped over it that says 35 amps. And the guy that put that wrapper on there didn't even make the battery. They bought it. They bought it from a prime vendor. The prime vendor is smart enough to not put 35 amps on that battery. You know.
Wow.
You know. So I mean that's the bottom line here is that this is pandering. All they're doing is caring about selling this stuff, making money, and you know what? It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So I'm ranting. You know, I'm ranting because I'm really angry about this. I'm really angry that people in San Antonio were exposed to an explosion that damaged the concrete on the floor, okay, and shot shrapnel through the crowd that hit tables a distance away and put a hole in the ceiling. I'm angry that some jackass exposed people to that. I'm angry that someone taught him how to do it. Okay, I'm angry that somebody even made the suggestion that people should be doing this thing, and I'm angry that any promoter of any event would allow that to take place in an event that they are doing. So were they in the cloud contest? No, they weren't. They were a spectator for the cloud contest. But the cloud contest is the thing that promotes this sort of thing. The events are the things that promote these cloud contests. Honestly, it's got to stop. It's, you know, you and I, Siebes, we started vaping so that we could get nicotine in a safer way than the way we were getting it before. Okay? It's that simple. You know, it's
making clouds doesn't enter into it for me at all.
You know, honest to God, I never shoved 20 cigarettes in my mouth, lit them all to see if I could blow more smoke. And this stuff. This is what is going to kill vaping. Period. This is what's going to end vaping. So we make all these arguments, and they come back with, well, ego batteries explode too. Yeah, they're right, because they're Chinese junk. Okay, that happens too. But when they do that, they don't blow holes in concrete. Okay, they don't blow. You know, people have been hurt with ego batteries. It's true. Buy good quality stuff, buy good quality batteries, and use them safely. Don't buy Chinese junk that blows up. You know, honestly, you know, it's like their arguments back are always these schoolyard, you know, retorts that don't make any sense. You go to somebody and say you're not vaping safe, and they come back to you with something as brilliant as "I know you are, but what am I?" And honestly, the engineering behind this is sound. You shouldn't be doing it. And these people are doing it and saying, well, if you know how to do it, well, if it was pulse firing, if it was this, it's all nonsense, okay? It's all nonsense. If there are two kinds of people that are sub-ohming, the kind that have had a battery vent and the kind that are gonna have a battery vent. Those are the two brands, okay? And just because you haven't had one vent doesn't ever, come into play. Creed the Vapor. Wise ass question. Mike, who makes a battery in America? There's several battery manufacturers in America. Unfortunately, none of them make batteries for our
Vapors.
Ultralife batteries in New York is very close to coming out with batteries that could be used for our purpose. But you know one of the reasons they don't come out with them? They're afraid we're going to use them.
I can understand that, actually. Because look how irresponsible a lot of us have been.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's there are good quality batteries, there are bad quality batteries, but the problem is the people that are marketing batteries to our industry are buying junk batteries, putting lies on them in terms of capacities, and then perpetuating all of that to that point. There are better batteries on the market, but for some reason, people don't want to use them because we tell them they're safer, so they don't want to use them. I want to use this instead of that. So.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the mod that was used that exploded was a Mutant 26650 clone, right?
Yes, it was a Mutant 26650 clone, and I don't feel that the fact that it's a clone comes.
No, I don't think so either. But what I was going to point out is the Mutant also has no venting holes.
Well,
from what I've seen.
Well, it does not.
Okay.
But the biggest problem with the Mutant not having venting holes is that the metal in it is so flimsy thickness wise that it will blow apart into shrapnel even if it had venting holes.
Okay.
There are PVs on the market with no vent holes that if a battery vents in it will not blow up. Okay. There are also ones with vent holes in them that if it vents is going to blow up because the vent holes are in the wrong place and at that vent hole is where it's going to fracture. The key thing here is that the vent hole isn't what's going to save you. In many cases, the vent hole is going to be where it breaks apart.
Okay.
Not sub-ohming is what's going to save you.
Right.
Okay. And the thing is, there's all of these shifty dodges that are taking place. Well, it's properly vented, and there's this, and I know Ohm's law, and I'm pulsing, and I'm this, and I'm that. It's not that. It's that you're doing it at all. Well, if you educate yourself on battery safety, then you can do it safely. If you educate yourself on battery safety, you know better than to do it. You won't do it at all. If you take pop culture battery safety knowledge and say, it's okay if you pulse it, it's okay if you keep it above this ohms, or whatever. It's nonsense. It's not based on science. It's based on people that want to sell you things or people that want to promote the crazy thing that they're doing. So that's the way it goes. And I see, we're going to lose some people, over this because they don't want to hear it, and that's fine. Go ahead and don't hear it. When your hand blows up, you were warned. So.
Well, just out of curiosity, how many in the room actually know what to do if a battery starts venting? If a battery starts heating up to the point that it's starting to basically explode, do you know what to do with it?
That's a great question because most people that I see, as soon as a battery starts to vent, the first thing that they do is they try to get the battery out of it. And there isn't time to do that. You're going to burn your hand or it's going to blow up in your hand.
Yeah.
If a battery is venting, you have to get that battery, that entire PV, as far from you as possible. If you're driving down the road in your car, roll the window down and throw it out. I don't care if it's a $500 collectible. Okay? Salt water, Celtic Fury just said salt water.
A lot of people said salt water.
You never put lithium in water.
You actually bury it in sand. If you have to put it somewhere, bury it in sand is what I've read.
Well, you know what you do? The key thing is get away from it, because you're not going to have a bucket of sand around. I've heard the salt water thing over and over and over again. Salt water is the worst thing that you can do. So right there is a common myth. Okay, put it in salt water. I see, I need to carry sand now. No, you need to not do that behavior. I heard people put it in the sink and pour water on it. No, water and lithium are
not a good mix.
Salt water and lithium are a deadly combination. You never put it in water, and salt water conducts better than water. So
yeah,
this is a problem. People don't know what to do, and the thing. People are doing the thing that makes it vent.
Sorry, we lost you for a second. Mike, could you repeat what you just said?
We're freezing off and on. Can we clear leg?
I don't know what I was saying. I was just basically saying the solution isn't to know what to do if it starts to vent. It's to stop doing the thing that makes it vent.
CB, you're totally frozen.
Right. I think, this might be an opportune time to get rid of some of the myths about batteries and let people know what to do in instances where it does heat up. Like you just said, get rid of it. The whole thing, the whole device, get it away from you, get it out.
Yeah. The most important thing to do if your battery starts heating up is absolute common sense. Get it away from you and get it away from people, okay? If you're in the middle of a crowd, that's not a choice that you can make, okay? There's nothing you can do to stop it if you're in the middle of a crowd because you can't get it away from the people, okay? What this guy did was throw it down to the floor, okay?
And screwed.
What's that?
And screwed.
And he got the hell out of there. Really, the smartest thing to do if you're in a crowd, okay, would be to put it to the floor. It just happened to turn out that way, okay, that it was good. Because down at the floor, the worst thing you're going to have is lower leg injuries, okay? But the main thing is don't have a build that is going to cause that reaction if by some chance it starts firing on its own, okay?
Right.
And he probably did. Elf said he dropped it because it was hotter than hell. I'm sure it was. Okay, it is a miracle that nobody got hit with shrapnel. A few people did get some scrapes from it flying by them. And honestly, I mean, the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, if a battery is in a venting condition, get away from it. Okay, if you're in a car, throw it out. If you're in your house, get it outside.
Right.
Get it out of your house. It can set your house on fire. Okay. If it blows up, there's going to be some damage, and if it's venting, it could blow up. And the thing is, an important thing, as far as I'm concerned, that a lot of people don't realize is that if you take the battery out of the PV, okay, it's still going to blow up like a pipe bomb. Okay, so being in the PV and getting it out of the PV, it's almost the same reaction. You have less shrapnel, obviously, if it's out of the PV than in it, but you're still going to have a ton of shrapnel if it's outside the PV. But again, it comes back to stop putting loads on batteries that can cause this to happen with great frequency. This is an interesting thing. I see Valendar PV ?
Personal vaporizer.
Siebes, this is what we're dealing with here. Okay, people that don't even know what these devices are called.
APV or PV. Yeah, we've been calling them PVs, APVs, probably since before he started even manufacturing.
Yeah.
I mean, e-cigarette is such a misnomer.
Yeah. So
it's a horrible name.
About 4 or 5 years ago, they started being called PVs. The younger generation simply calls them mods or clones or whatever they're calling them, or authentics. But a PV is the thing you vape. So.
There was a question.
Non-toxic vapor, put it penis, personal something nicotine inhalation system.
Silver Zero asked where.
Nobody's calling you ignorant. We're just saying that
I am calling it.
It's common to us to call it a PV
because our community calls it a PV. Okay, So, you know, that's the way it goes.
Silver
You
Zero
know,
asked where vent holes should be put into a tube if they're
If
put
you're
in.
going to put, okay, well, the main thing that you want to put, if you're going to put a vent hole in a PV, you want to put a vent hole in a PV where it doesn't create a nodal fraction point in the PV. So every PV is going to be different depending on what the thickness of it is, the distance from the threading, how deep the threading is, all sorts of things like that. It's best to make something that end vents if it's at all possible. There is the myth that it will swell and prevent it from coming out, the gas from coming out, which actually doesn't ever happen. But end venting is fine. Holes in a place where it won't create a fracture point is fine. And I apologize if I'm upsetting people with what I'm saying. I'm just sick and tired of the people that have been around the vaping community for 15 minutes telling me how it works.
I don't think that's what he was doing. I think he actually, because as you pointed out, you know, the younger generation or the people that are just getting into vaping in general, you know, the terminology has changed. And, you know, some of us are just, I've been around long enough that I've heard PV, I've heard penis, I've heard mod, I've heard clone, I've heard authentic. But
Yeah.
people who just started, a lot of the things are just called mods. You know, even though like a Provari is not technically modified, it's still considered a mod.
Yeah, well, why aren't the people selling them these things educating them?
Because they would lose money, in all honesty. I mean,
They're too busy counting the money.
Exactly.
they don't give a shit about anything except making money. They're not in it for harm reduction. They don't give a shit if you or you use it half the time. I don't believe a lot. I think there are a lot of very good vendors, okay?
There
But
are.
I think there are more who are interested in selling people who have no clue what they're buying or how to use it. They don't inform them. They don't give them any information or even the proper batteries, and they let them walk out of the door with that. They don't give a shit about if you're going to get hurt with this, or you know, they don't care. They're in it for the money, period.
I have sent people into vape shops that vape, okay, posing as people that smoke that want to quit smoking, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and they have walked in saying they know nothing about vaping and they want to quit smoking, and the guy standing at the counter shows him a Stingray clone and a Tugboat clone and starts telling them how to wrap a coil.
Oh, that's insane. That's
Okay.
fucking ridiculous.
And as long as we have that kind of thing going on, okay, we're going down a rabbit hole that's going to end the vaping industry.
That's shameful. Shameful. You know, this is the kind of stuff I don't like to see. And
You take somebody that knows absolutely nothing about vaping, and in this case they did know quite a bit about vaping, but they were posing as though they didn't, and they're being taught how to build a coil. I have had people that I've armed with money to buy what the people recommend, okay, and they walk out of there with a mechanical PV. Doesn't even matter if it's an authentic or a clone, but in this case it was a clone, okay. A rebuildable atomizer. Doesn't matter if it's an authentic or a clone. In this case it was a clone, okay. A spool of 24 gauge wire, some cotton balls, some juice, and a counterfeit AW battery.
wow.
A Trustfire charger, okay, and they are told this is how you vape, okay. Grab the meter, test the build, 0.15, okay. So this is a person who has never handled a battery in their life in this way to do this before. The guy at the counter builds a coil, okay, and they walk out of the vape shop with a 0.15 build, okay? Is this the way we should be getting people started on vaping?
No.
Absolutely not.
So this is what we're up to, okay? All that matters to the guy that sold that to him, okay, is the $120 sale. That's all.
Casharama.
It's
Yeah.
120 bucks. And if he had just walked in, if the guy had done his job and said, okay, here's a Ego starter kit with a CE4 and a bottle of juice, let's get you going, $29. Okay? Well, $29 isn't as fun as $129. Okay?
Yeah, right.
You know, it's all about the money, you know. And the thing is, it's like you know what, you sell somebody an Ego, somebody else might sell them their next piece. You know, I sell them their next piece, and you know that's another thing altogether. It's crazy.
It's a natural progression, though, and I think there needs to be, you know.
I didn't.
You know, giving new vapors a mech mod is just, it's irresponsible, you know.
I think it's insanity, but the thing is, this is what many shops are doing now. On the flip side of that, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of great vape shops that are concerned with helping people quit smoking, and concerned with people, doing, actually, vaping safely, and they do a wonderful job. Okay, it just seems that this other style is starting to proliferate in such a crazy way, and the other thing is, it's like they think they're doing it for the money, and they think, but ultimately, when you pander to that, people will, after they leave that vape shop, they find Fast Tech and they end up buying it online anyway. The next thing, or the next 20 things, or the next 100 things. Because they're not going to be loyal to that shop either. So, as you know, I went down, me and Jay Smith from the ZFO went down to a meeting in New York City a few months ago to talk about the very serious subject of the vaping ban in New York City, and we were there for the last day that it was legal to vape indoors in New York City, and we actually went to a party to kiss indoor vaping goodbye.
Right.
And an interesting thing, we spent one day in one shop, okay, hanging out, watching, and there were a lot of people sitting at the juice bar and tweaking their coils and testing stuff, and didn't see them doing a lot of business in this very, very high-end vape shop. Then we went over to another vape shop that specializes in Egos and CE4s, and they don't have 600 flavors of juice; they have 12. And we went over there, and that store's doing about $1,000 an hour in management. Okay, so the interesting thing is, I'm in one shop and I watched in an hour and a half about $80 worth of business happen, and I go over to the other shop and I see about $1,000 an hour taking place in that store. And I talk to the store owner, and they do about $1,000 an hour every hour that they're open. And the thing is, they're selling Egos and CE4s and this and that. So these guys that are going down this rabbit hole of mechanicals and sub-ohm building and all that kind of stuff, they think they're making money, but they'd probably make more money if they just help people quit smoking.
I think that's where you need to start, I mean, experienced vapors know where to go to get their gear, or they know where they need to buy wire, good batteries, great devices, okay?
So,
beginners need help.
So back to battery safety, okay?
Yes.
Everybody in the room, if your battery's over 3 months old, throw it away. Okay?
Okay.
So
3
that's
months.
Okay. Number 2, buy only IMR batteries. Okay?
All right. I have questions about that too. Go ahead.
Because that chemistry is far less likely to explode. Okay.
So protected cells are no good.
The protected cell, if the protection fails, the battery will explode. Okay?
Yes.
An IMR battery has no protection, but the chemistry in and of itself generally doesn't explode.
Okay.
It vents, and then you can get an explosion if we get back to the thing about it's not vented properly. Okay. So it's going to vent, it's going to build pressure, it can blow up a PV. Okay. But first things first. Step 1, if you want to vape safe, follow my lead. I don't care if you've charged it once or if you've charged it 100 times. If your batteries are over 3 months old, throw them away.
I got a lot of batteries to toss.
3 months if you cycle them, 3 months if they're sitting there not being used. If they're over 3 months old, don't trust them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm not telling you that if your battery is 3 months and 1 day old, it's going to blow up. I'm telling you that if your batteries are over 3 months old, they're in a better state to explode than not. Okay?
Wow.
So
Now,
take your batteries
that's
to
something
Radio
I didn't
Shack.
know.
Take your batteries to Radio Shack. And I'm telling you this not because a battery that's 6 months old is instantly going to blow up. I'm telling you that a battery that's less than 3 months old is not likely to vent any time as readily as these others. So if you want to vape safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you can do. It's not a crazy expensive thing to do, okay? And it helps to ensure safety. So if your batteries are over 3 months old, take them up, tape the ends of them up, take them to Staples, Office Max, Office Depot, Radio Shack, Best Buy. They've all got places where you can properly dispose of lithium batteries. Okay?
Why
Number
the 3
one,
month? Why the 3 month cutoff?
Well, and it's not as much a cutoff as it is if you want to vape safe, vape fresh batteries. Okay? Why 3 months is because from the minute that battery is made, the chemistry is degrading.
Okay.
Okay? The longer you wait, the more likely it is to become volatile. Okay? There are some people that say 4 months. There are some people that say 5. I err on the side of safety. If your batteries are more than 3 months old, get new ones. Okay?
Okay.
You reduce the likelihood of having an explosion. If you want to vape safe, reduce the likelihood of an explosion. I'm not saying a battery is going to explode at 3 months and 10 days. I'm just saying that it's more likely to than if it's there. The IMR chemistry that's in these batteries degrades over time. A year is way too much. 6 months is really pushing your luck. So let's talk about 3 months. Just because you have a battery that's 4 years old doesn't mean that that it's going to blow up the first time you use it, but it's more likely to.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to vape safe, err on the side of caution. If you're going to err on the side of caution, let's keep it at about 3 months. And here's the thing. So don't buy batteries to store because they were on sale. Okay?
Because I think a lot of us do that, I mean, I have more batteries than I can ever use, and a lot of them are brand new, never used, but so it's just not good either.
Yeah. So again, you asked me about my opinion on safety. My opinion on safety is don't use old batteries. And old batteries are anything, 3 to 4 months is about where I feel safe with a battery. I buy new batteries all the time, okay? Because I don't want to have a situation. I mean, how bad would it look if I vented a battery? I mean, seriously.
Okay. Yeah, very bad.
Yeah, that would look bad. So
we have a
number
couple
one.
questions.
What's that?
Go ahead. We have a couple questions about also. Go ahead.
Where do you
Number
find?
one.
Okay, you don't find a born-on date for good IMR batteries, but good shops cycle through batteries very quickly. We have new batteries, and by the way, I'm taking into account when I say get rid of them in 3 months is because you don't know how long they've been sitting at the vape shop. They could have been there for 1 or 2 months. So in that 6-month window that I find reasonable, I know vape shops that sometimes have batteries sitting in stock for 2 to 3 months. Okay, which is why I say 3. Okay, so that's an important thing. I mean, I know this. When a box of batteries comes into the ZFO, we sell through them pretty quickly, but it may take as much as a month to sell through that whole shipment. So if you waited 3 months after you got them from us, your batteries are 4 months old from the time that they left China, and we don't know how long that they sat on Andrew Wong's shelf, which probably isn't very long, another month. So now, what's our total window that we're looking at here is maybe upwards of 5 to 6 months. That's why I say, get rid of your batteries at 3 months, because you don't know how long they've been sitting around. We can't simply say, I bought it, therefore it was made yesterday. And we do know that IMR chemistry starts to degrade instantly, but starts to degrade rapidly at 6 months. And so at that point, since I know that there's cycle time from the time that it's made until the time that it comes to the U.S. shops, and then from the time it goes from the U.S. shop to you, you got to figure that in there. Again, we're erring on the side of safety. If you want to err on the side of safety, I say 3 months is a good time to be replacing them because again, the battery may have been made 3 months ago. Okay. So again, this window is widening and widening and widening, and we want to be as safe as possible. And if you don't agree with it with me, that's perfectly fine. If you want to do something different, that's okay. My point is based on we know this chemistry degrades. Okay. Do you want to push your luck? Okay. Or do you want to err on the side of safety? That's your call. You ask my advice. My advice is replace them every 3 months, okay? And if you're buying 2 or 3 of these, 2 or 3 of these, 2 or 3 of those, and you're cycling through them and using them up instead of having extras that you keep sitting around, it's not more expensive than what you're already doing. So.
Okay. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Number 2, keep your batteries in good condition, okay? If the wrapper's loose, if the wrapper's torn, if it's damaged in any way, if you heated it up and it shrunk,
if the ends are dented in like a cup.
What's that?
Dented like a cup. So it forms bad.
You're sounding like a synthesizer to me instead of a.
Why are you being so bad? I've got the Hangout at the lowest bandwidth, and I've shut off everything but the broadcast and music.
I just updated the Google. I will refresh and I'll be back.
Yeah, I've got my bandwidth all the way down too. But anyway, back to keep your cells in good condition. If you tear the cell, don't tape it up. That can come off. Just get a new one, right? Because the side of underneath this very thin wrapper that's on this battery, underneath that is the ground of the battery, and if that can touch the wall of the PV, it's going to auto fire, and it's just going to go into you don't even need a switch at that point. It's just firing, and when that happens, that's pretty scary because you can't really stop it from firing, and it's heating up so fast you can't get the cap off to do it. So if there's physical damage to the cell, if there's physical damage to the cell, your likelihood of a problem goes up exponentially. Okay, because it can short to the wall, and then you're firing, and if you've got too low of a build, it's going to blow.
Right.
So again, if there's any physical damage, and when people come into the ZFO, if they've got physically damaged batteries, and we do look at them, we take them away from them. Because it's like, this isn't safe, so you need to vape something else. So physical damage to the battery, replace it. I don't mean physical damage to the bottom of the battery or the nipple, where it's scuffed up or something like that. I'm talking about physical damage to the wrapper, because if you happen to to have a damage there, that's going to be an issue. Plus, when you're transporting them, if they're not in battery boxes, they're more likely to short against something if the wrapper is damaged. So rule number 1 is replace your batteries frequently. Rule number 2 is keep your batteries in good order. Rule number 3 is transport your batteries in a battery box, okay, so that nothing can short against them. Lots of people, including myself, have had batteries hit keys in their pockets, and it really, really can create a bad situation.
Oh God, yes, that's
or in a purse, or in your vape bag, or in a suitcase in an airplane, or anything like that. It's a really bad situation. So transport your batteries in battery boxes or in devices. Don't transport them loose.
Okay, question has been asked repeatedly. What brands of batteries do you recommend, Zen?
I actually only recommend one brand of battery because that's the only battery that I'm insured to recommend. Okay, so as a manufacturer, I have to be very careful about this. Okay, and this is not to say that these are the only good batteries. And I am about to send some devices through insurance underwriting with other batteries in them because there's so many counterfeits of the popular batteries now. I want to try to get away from that, but I recommend AW batteries.
Okay.
Okay. Look at the people in there. AW, AW, AW.
Well, it was asked repeatedly, so I wanted to make sure it got voiced.
Yeah. I recommend AW IMR batteries. There's a lot of reasons for that, and much of it's old school thinking. A few years back, that was the only good battery on the market, and now there are some pretty good batteries. If you're going to buy AW batteries, you would like you want to ask the person that the vendor that you're buying them from if they source them directly from AW, or and if they don't, ask them where they get them, because there are anybody that says that they're getting their AW batteries from Tobico, they're buying counterfeits. Anybody that says that they're buying them from EH Pro, they're buying counterfeits. And some of these importers are now importing counterfeit AWs and don't know they have them. There's a lot of fakes. There's a local vape shop in my town that has counterfeit AW batteries. They swear they're real. We know they're not. And the thing is, they don't know they're fake, and they don't believe us when we tell them that they are.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because they call the people that they get them from and said, "Are these real?" They said, "Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. Welcome to show."
Wow. Yeah. Why would they tell the truth? They're making money.
Yeah.
I do get to this question. Mental vapologist asked if you could please explain for someone like him who doesn't understand what changes go through a battery over the 3-month time that you say to be safe. What changes go through the battery?
CB, can you lower your bandwidth in the Google Hangout? Maybe that'll help.
Absolutely.
So here's the thing. If we're going to talk battery safety, I want to talk battery safety for lay people, okay? Because I don't want to argue about science all night long. There are changes taking place in the battery, like the chemistry is becoming tired, and the internal resistance of the battery is raising, and that creates a dangerous situation. I'm not going to go into the chemistry of what's going on with it. Okay, it's a common knowledge in engineering and in electronics that all batteries degrade over time. IMR batteries just happen to do it faster, and it doesn't matter why. Okay, they're going to do it whether I explain it or they don't. Okay, so that's this is one of those things where we could talk the chemistry of it all night long, but it doesn't matter. The batteries are still going to degrade over time. It doesn't matter what's going on. Okay, so moving on to the next step in this is transport them. Obviously, transport them in there, but the most important thing in battery safety, in my opinion, is charging them properly. Okay, and see, you can remember back to the days when there were no smart chargers available.
I do, absolutely.
And when we were figuring out how to do this, I mean, one of the things that we learned was that if you over discharge a battery, a problem can happen. So what did we do? We had a little multimeter and we tested the voltage before we put it on the charger. Okay.
Yeah.
And here was the thing: if you got your battery down to about 3.2 volts, okay, we considered it safe to charge. If it got much lower than that, we didn't charge it. You can safely get down to just below 3, okay, and then it starts rapidly dropping off. But the key thing is, back then the chargers didn't check to see what the voltage was before they started charging. Smart chargers do that now, but many people are buying dumb chargers. Many people are buying PVs that come with a cheap set of batteries and a cheap charger, and they're using those chargers. And those chargers will recharge a battery if it's at 1 volt, and charge it all the way back up, and then it overcharges it to like 4.24. The Trustfire is famous for that. The Trustfire happens to be, if you're testing your batteries before and after charging, a charger that does a fairly credible job in the old days. But we had meters and we checked to make sure that the voltages were appropriate before putting them on. The smart chargers that are out now, like the IntelliChargers, the Luck charger, the XTAR chargers, the Pila charger, which has been around for years, is a great charger. Okay, and these chargers not only check the voltage before before charging, but they monitor the condition of the battery as it goes and does a certain amount of conditioning as it goes, and they don't overcharge the batteries. The easiest way to purposely make a battery vent, and as part of what I do for a living is we design a PV. We want to see what happens if something vents in it. We purposely vent a battery in the PV, and I know how to make a battery vent every time I want it to, and it's easy to do. Over discharge it, overcharge it, over discharge it, overcharge it, and then put a reverse voltage into it. It'll blow every time, right? So over discharging is the first thing that starts creating a bomb situation, okay? And then overcharging it is the next step. And if you do that multiple cycles, you're going to have a battery that goes. Locally in Rochester, we had a battery vent on a young guy, and his battery had been over discharged, and then he put it in a Trustfire charger, which didn't care. It just starts charging it at whatever voltage it was, and it overcharged to 4.24 volts. He got up in the morning, pushed his button, and blew his PV up, which proceeded to put one end of the PV into the wall, the other end into an opposite wall. Burned his carpet pretty good. He's very lucky he didn't set his apartment on fire, but that wasn't caused by a bad build. It wasn't caused by a short, and it was a 0.85 ohm coil. And I inspected the PV after it was done. It was a 0.85 ohm coil, but the battery had been mishandled. So thankfully, it was only a 0.85 ohm coil, because if it had been lower, it would have been a much more violent reaction. So, that's the thing there. So, charging your battery. If your battery's over discharged and your smart charger doesn't want to charge it, don't stick it on a dumb charger to bring it back up, and then put it on the smart charger after that. It's a bad idea. Have a good charger. So that's the next rule: is have a good charger. Good chargers are cheaper now than they've ever been. You can buy you can buy the Nightcore i4 or D4. There's the 2-bay ones. They're excellent chargers that work very, very well. The Luck
and only
chargers,
about $20 on sale.
The Luck chargers are great chargers. I mean, remember we had to pay $50-$60 for a Pila a few years ago.
I paid that much and still have my Pila plugged in.
And see, and here's how this gets interesting. I just said the Nightcore is a great charger. Trauma Vape says Nightcores are horrible chargers.
I love my Nightcores.
I do too.
Nightcores are excellent chargers. They work very, very well. They're flimsily built, but they charge very well.
Okay.
i2, i4, Luck 2-bay, Luck 4-bay, those are all very good chargers. Okay, and you can have your brand loyalty. That's fine. If you don't like the Nightcore, buy the Luck. If you don't like the Luck, buy the Nightcore. They all work well. Okay,
Right.
XTAR is also very good. Okay,
I
although
have
XTAR
one
is
of
less
those
popular.
as well.
What's that?
I have one of those as well.
XTARs are a pain in the neck because they got those battery spacers, just like
Yes, the
just like
spacers suck, and you have to buy extras if you want to charge 350s
That's exactly
or
right.
490s,
Yeah.
and so you need to put 3 of them on. But
I've got that 6-bay and I've got that 6-bay charger and about 25 of those spacers for charging.
I wish I had that many.
And the springs are a nuisance to press in and work, and the thing is just a nightmare. But it's a great charger. It works really well, right? So all the nuisance aside. But so now you're not over discharging your battery, you're not overcharging your battery, and you're keeping your batteries in cases. Don't leave your batteries on the charger for storage. Okay? Your charger is not where you store your batteries. Okay? You don't walk up to your charger, grab your battery, put it in your PV, and start vaping. Okay. When it's charging, the molecules in there, the electrons are all excited going back and forth, and it needs to settle before you start using it as a battery. Okay. So take your batteries out of the charger, put them in their cases, and keep them there, and vape them after they've settled in. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, any minutes. I mean, 10, 15 minutes is enough to increase safety. The least safe condition for a battery is when it is first off the charger. So don't take your battery off the charger, stick it in your PV, and start vaping. The charger's not where you store your batteries. It's where you charge your batteries.
Right.
There are people that say don't charge your batteries unattended. Okay. If you want to err totally on the side of safety, who am I to argue with that? But I am a guy that charges my batteries unattended quite frequently. It's probably not smart, okay? I think I may be doing it wrong, okay? But if you're going to charge your batteries unattended, eFast, lots of other companies make a charge bag, which is $5 or $6. You can put your entire charger and batteries in that, and you can walk away from it. And if something goes wrong, it'll contain it. So there you go. A lot of people are paranoid about charging batteries. A lot of people are lackadaisical about charging them. Just use caution, okay? Understand that if your battery is over discharged, it's dangerous to charge it. Understand if your battery is overcharged, it's dangerous to use it, okay? So those are important things, If you take it off and you happen to have a meter and it says that your battery's at 4.24 volts, it's probably not something you should use. It's been overcharged, okay? Just err on the side of safety. And most important, never, ever, ever, ever you carry loose batteries around metal. So that's the biggest thing as far as the battery safety itself. Now, build safety, the question comes when you start talking about sub-ohming versus not sub-ohming, and then the magic question is always, what magically happens at 1 ohm that makes it dangerous, right? And it's not magically dangerous at 1 ohm, okay? It's magically dangerous considerably higher than 1 ohm, okay? But it's at least safer up there. When you look at how much power, okay, it takes to drive a given coil, okay? So let's just, and I'm going to throw arbitrary numbers here because I don't have a chart in front of me, and it doesn't matter anyway. But let's just say it takes, an amp to drive it at 3 ohms, okay? It'll take 2 amps to drive it at 1.5 ohms, okay? Cut it in half, double the current, okay? So let's just say it's at 3 ohms, it's an amp. At 1.5 amp, it's 2. Okay, so at 0.75 it's 4 amps, and then at 0.325 it's 8 amps. You see where we're going here? We're going down a rabbit hole of safety, and it's going up exponentially. The amount of current required to drive it goes up exponentially. The difference of an ohm up here between 3 and 4 ohms is way different. It is way less of a change than the difference between 0.25 and 0.35 even. It takes so much more current. 0.25 takes twice as much current as 0.5. 0.125 takes twice as much current again. Now we're getting down, and people are starting their builds at 0.0 something. At 0.0 something, the amount of current that's required is massive to do that. So they say, well, I read the spec sheet and it says that this thing is 60 amps. Well, it's not though. It's not. I run a 0.08 ohm build on VTC5s. I give up.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
I just give up. It's like,
everybody's not going to get it, and everybody's not interested in being safe. and
I
you are doing your best to give
I just give up. You know,
great information to
you know,
those of us who want to know what's right.
I just give up. I mean, I do this and I get trolled like that. I give up.
Well, please don't.
Yeah,
I don't believe he doesn't believe he's trolling.
I don't think Trauma Vapes has been in here for the entire show. I think he just kind of came in towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so unthinkably dangerous. You know, to vape at .08 is so unthinkably dangerous. You know, it's like.
Yeah, he's saying he's one of those stupid people. And he's saying that, but he said he also was learning from what you were saying.
See, this is the thing. Right now, the information that's provided to a lot of people, especially when it comes to cloud blowing, because that's the current trend, you know, it's not accurate. You've said that.
Yeah.
People are building smaller and smaller coils thinking, you know, it's going to help them blow bigger and bigger clouds.
Yeah, and
it's ridiculous, and, you know, it's very dangerous, and people don't understand that because the misinformation out there outweighs the actual information that you are currently providing.
Yeah. It's this. Honestly, I gotta tell you, it's disheartening.
It's daunting. I know it's daunting.
You know, and if you have somebody say, "I know it's unsmart, but do it anyway." I mean, you know. Well,
all of us appreciate.
Nobody has a 60 amp battery. That's the thing that gets me. It's like nobody has a 60 amp battery. You know, it's like this battery here is. This one here is 1,500 milliamp hours. Does anybody know what that means? Type into the room what that means, that it's 1,500 milliamp hours.
Technically, it should last approximately 15, give or take 15 hours.
That's not correct, though. It means 1.5 amps in 1 hour. Right? Okay.
See, again, this is the information that I was given when I first started vaping.
I get that. I'm just gauging to see if people know that.
Some people know.
So what you have is 1 hour at 1.5 amps, okay? So let's just then say, what else does that mean? That means that in 30 minutes it could put out 3 amps, right? Right? Is that what it means?
Yes.
Yeah. So that means in 15 minutes it could put out 6 amps, supposedly, right?
Supposedly.
That's 15 minutes. Okay. 6 amps. Okay? That's interesting, right? Let's think about it. For 15 minutes, that could put out 6 amps, right? For 7.5 minutes, it could put out 12 amps, right? For 3.25 minutes, it could put out 24 amps, right? Is that what that means?
I think that's what people assume it means, but I don't believe.
And now they're jumping in with depends on the C rating. And guys, type into the room what the C rating means. Does anybody in there know what the C rating means?
We have one.
Not a clue.
Current?
What's that?
Multiple of the AH rating.
Well, that's how people are using the
current
C rating.
Continuous draw.
Does that mean continuous draw?
I'm reading off responses here.
The amount of line of current that can flow out. So 10C battery can supposedly do 10 times the amp hours as far as its maximum discharge rate before it explodes, right?
I think a lot of us believe that.
Right. No, Pennsylvania. I'm hanging in here with you. I'm just, you know, if the rating is true, if the C rating is true, the vaping community has decided, okay, and it's important that I put it this way because in no other industry is this ever a factor. The vaping community has decided that you can take the milliamp hours, multiply it times the C rating, and that is how much power is in that battery. That's what the vaping community has decided. Okay.
Yeah, they've been quite wrong about a lot of things, haven't they?
So milliamp hour over 1,000 equals C rating. Okay. Yeah, in a perfect world, that's true. But okay. But the question is, what are the implications of the C rating? Because if you're going to cite the C rating, you need to understand what the implications of the C rating are. Okay. Trauma Vape's got that correct. The C rating means it can be discharged at XX the capacity. Right? Mm-hmm. Mm. So that's absolutely correct. So if you see 10C on your battery, it means it can be discharged at 10 times that battery's capacity. Okay? That is absolutely correct. Okay? So it took a long time in this room, okay, to actually have that come up. Okay? Now I don't know if people went out and Googled it. I don't know how it went there, but it's safe to say it wasn't common knowledge. Okay?
It is not common knowledge.
It's safe to say it's not common knowledge. Now, when we're talking about the capacity of the battery, Trauma, because I think you have a clue about what's going on there. If we're talking about the capacity of the battery, are we talking about the current state of the battery or the maximum capacity of the battery? Is it the current state or the maximum that determines the discharge rate? Max, that's incorrect. The discharge rate at a full charge is 10 times is 10 times the max safe charge. Okay, but you hit that thing with a low resistance coil, and your 1600 milliamps is now 1400 milliamps, and now your safe discharge rate is 10 times the 14. You hit it again, it drops down to 12. Now your max discharge rate is 10 times the 12. So it goes down. Okay? So as long as that battery is fully charged, it will produce that many amps of current. It's current state. Okay. So first time you hit that battery, you might be able to get the discharge rate that you're talking about. The next time you hit it, it's lower. The time after that, it's lower still. The time after that, it's lower still. Mm-hmm. So it continues to go down and down and down and down and down. It is not continuous. And that's the thing. So now they start saying, well, the continuous is this. Okay? The only thing is the continuous is usually much, much lower because it's taking into account the fact that it's going to go down. No battery can burst at 70 amps for 0.5 seconds. Okay? It's just like insanity to think in those terms, but it truly can't because it drops down while it's happening. Okay, so no one can define what a pulse is because a pulse is something the vaping community made up. So as it's dropping now, when you put a heavy load on it, your voltage drops, your current is being discharged, and your discharge rate is dropping as it goes. It will eventually reach a point. Where they cross over, the chemistry excites, and it simply explodes. So here's the thing. We have multiple problems here. Problem number one is, like, for example, I have a battery here that is from a manufacturer that sold it to another company that put a wrapper on it, and then they sold it to another company that took the wrapper off and put another wrapper on it. Mm-hmm. And what ends up happening is the battery is the battery, but what's on the wrapper is marketing now. When we're starting to see batteries which are coming out that are being marketed to vapors, okay, they're marketing it, okay, to us with pie in the sky things, okay. if we go into the hi-fi industry, you know, you can go buy an American-made amplifier that's 19 inches wide by 12 inches tall by 18 inches deep, and it weighs 300 pounds, and it's 50 watts of Class A power. And then over here we have a Chinese amplifier that weighs 3.5 pounds, and it's 10,000 watts. You know, and it's like, it's different styles of power supplies and stuff. But at the end of the day, the current is just not there to do it. They market these specs, you know, and as these specs are being marketed, they're getting more and more and more far-fetched, and people are saying, oh, I have a 65 amp battery, and that they think that means that they can vape it, you know, at 65 amps over and over and over again. But every time you hit it, it's lower and lower and lower and lower available current. And the thing is, people are not educated over the fact that if they buy a 65 amp battery, it's only 65 amps when it's not really 65 amps. It's all the lies that make it 65 amps. But if the lies were true, it would only be 65 amps the first time you hit it. And the next time it'll be lower, and the time after that will be lower, and it'll fully discharge, and then you charge it back up. And it's already a diminished capacity battery because you've been hitting it so low. In any other part of the electronics industry, below an ohm is a short. You know, you don't short a battery. You know, that's why sub-ohm became sort of synonymous for dangerous, because you know, if you start buying like 1% resistors to design a circuit, you have a hard time finding a half ohm resistor because it might as well be a short. So you know, so that's a problem. You know, the problem is that there's marketing on these batteries which is a lie. You know, and that's a big problem. So the only solution, in my opinion, is stop doing this. You know. The only solution is to stop this. I was in Canada at VapeCan. A guy came up to me. He had actually a really cool PV that he had made himself, and he was very proud of the fact that he made it himself because he didn't have a mill and he had to cut slots, and he used a drill and he got a file, and I mean he did not a beautiful job of building it. It was sort of ugly. But it was a really novel design that had 4 18650 batteries in it, and a balancing circuit, and it was really novel and very, very clever. And he says, and I'm vaping at 0.01275.
Oh shit!
Right? And I said,
wow.
I said, I'm going to call bullshit on that. And he said, why are you calling bullshit on it? I said, because you don't own a piece of test equipment that can measure 0.01275. You don't own a meter that goes past 0.0 and another digit. How did you come up with that number? He says, I estimated.
Really? Wow.
This truly happened. He estimated.
Wow.
Well, how do you estimate that? Well, I know how much current it pulls. Well, how do you know how much current it pulls? Because it's 0.01275. Oh, okay. You know what? Here's the thing. I have this. This is convenient. I don't actually use this, but I have this right here. Okay. This thing here is about a $15 ohm meter, right? Ohm reader, right?
Yep.
You know, the thing could read 0.01 and be off by 0.07. Okay.
That's a lot. Yeah.
You know, this thing is $15. Okay. I have a meter at my shop that's $4,000. Okay. And it's a lot more accurate than this, but it can't tell me that I'm at 0.075123. It can't do it. There's not enough decimal places in there to do it. And the other thing is it's very, very accurate. And you know what I've read. I've taken this and then compared it to the other meter, and I've read on this thing that something that was at 0.25, okay, and then I put it on Tektronix, okay, and you know what it was at? 0.09.
Wow.
This said 0.25 on the Tektronix. It was 0.09.
Wow. That's way the hell off.
Okay.
Holy crap.
If you're using battery safety. If you're using one of these, you don't know what resistance you're vaping at. Okay? it's not accurate. It's a toy, okay? It's not accurate. You don't know what you're vaping at. And if you're counting on your limited knowledge of Ohm's law and current draw and all that kind of stuff, and then use this for your factor to determine how many watts you're at, okay, you don't know what you're vaping at, okay? This is not a calibrated meter, okay? This is a toy, and if you're vaping at 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, fine, use this thing. You're not putting yourself in any dangerous situation. But if you're vaping down in the range of, if you're vaping what is essentially a dead short,
That's crazy.
This isn't safe. You can't do your calculations. You have no idea what your real resistance is. But again, the vape shop is very happy to sell you this for their $25 or $15 or whatever it's sold for.
Sure.
Because they want to make the money. So they say you need a meter. Okay?
Yep.
So, you know, this is dangerous. A good meter, you can buy a meter for around $100 that will read far more accurately than this, and at least you'll be starting someplace safe. Now, you could buy that $100 meter and find out that yours, the one of these that you have, is pretty close to dead on, okay? Or you could find out that it's way off, you know, because no two of these are the same either. If you take 6 or 7 of these things and move it back and forth, you might get the same reading, you might not. So, you know, this is a crazy thing, you know.
Yeah,
People are calling this test equipment.
Yeah, I like a multimeter a lot better for.
You know what I like? And it doesn't have to be a ZNA. It could be a HANA or anything with a DNA chip in it.
Sure.
This will tell you how many ohms you're at, and it will be right.
And somebody just asked how reliable is the ZNA for checking.
We're finding that the DNA 30 chip is very reliable for checking. But you know, interestingly enough, it's less important that this be right.
Mm-hmm.
You got guys out here that have got fluke meters and stuff like that. Does any of you ever tested the input resistance of a DNA?
Not I.
If it's electronic stuff, my husband handles it.
Yeah. The input resistance of a DNA is like 40,000 ohms. You know, it's
Wow.
you know, it's not putting a sub-ohm load on your battery. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so you could have a 0.3 ohm coil in there, okay, and the battery sees the input resistance of the chip.
Ah, okay.
It never sees the battery never sees the load of the coil. It only sees the load of the circuit. Okay. The other thing is it's monitoring the battery to make sure that it's not. If as current starts going up on the output, so does the internal resistance of it. And when it sees that internal resistance climbing to an unsafe level, the internal impedance of the battery climbs to an unsafe level. Here's what it does: it shuts the chip down. You know, I'm not here to promote the ZNA. I'm just saying that on a regulated PV that's smart, it can do all of this for you. Don't confuse that with an OKR or a Raptor or those things, because those don't have active battery monitoring in them. Those are just regulator chips that do a remarkable job of regulating current. They add a level of safety which is amazing because, again, the input resistance of it is very, very high. Okay, but they don't monitor the battery condition. The DNA board monitors the battery condition. The ProVary monitors the battery condition, and the new PV3 from ProVary monitors the battery condition. Very few others do. So those are the safe ones. You know, the other ones are safer by virtue of what they are. You
Right.
don't have the load of the coil hitting the output of the battery. So
Okay. And while we're on this topic, why is it that people think you can measure drop in load on a PV? Does it matter?
well,
Is
okay.
it even
I
relevant?
don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Somebody decided that you take your battery and you put an inline voltage meter on it and measure the voltage that's coming out, and then you put the coil on it and you measure that, and we're going to miraculously call that voltage drop. That's not what voltage drop is. That's measuring loaded to unloaded voltage. Okay? To measure voltage drop requires 2 meters. One across the battery, one across the coil. The difference the difference is what the voltage drop is. So the only way to measure voltage drop properly is under load, okay? Because without the load on there, you're just comparing the unloaded to the loaded voltage. So so you see this, people buy the inline meters, oh, this thing's got this many ohms, this many volts of voltage drop. It's an irrelevant measurement. It depends on the coil. It depends on a lot of other factors. It's not a scientific measurement. A scientific measurement would be measure the across the battery and across the coil at the same time. Now, unfortunately, you would need to drill holes in your PV to get the probes in there to do that. Okay, so it's not practical. Okay, it's not practical. The SX chip. The SX350 chip does monitor the battery. It's not active battery monitoring, but it's telling you the battery voltage, and it's also telling you the output voltage. That will measure true voltage drop. And on the SX chip, in most devices, that voltage drop is abysmal. It's horrible. Every time you hit the button, you see the voltage go down. You see the output voltage. You see the battery voltage. The difference is the voltage drop. But you know. Liquidiski or Liquid Sky. The Fluke 8050 is an excellent little meter, actually.
Jay and Meech has a question for you. He's saying, but Canthal has a certain resistance at a certain length per gauge, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Someone else asked, what do you think about Kinger actually marketing the .8 coils?
The sub-ohm coil for
It's interesting.
the aero tank.
It comes back to what I said at the opening of this in my opening rant where I was very upset. It's pandering, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're that one's all about the Benjamins right there. It fits their tanks. Their tanks have got a fair amount of series resistance, so chances of your PV ever seeing that .8 ohm load is pretty slim, but it's pandering. I mean, it's simply, it's simply saying, yeah, people want it, they're going to buy it. We don't really care, burns a lot of juice, puts the battery.
It zips through juice. I can tell you that.
But let's go one step further for a second, though. Okay, even though Kanger is selling those aero tanks and those pro tanks and that kind of stuff to anybody that wants to buy them, they are designed to go on their PVs.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And their PVs have a regulator circuit in them. Okay? So in their PV, the battery does not see the load, okay, of that coil. So for their purposes, 0.8 ohms is fine as long as there's a voltage regulator in there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I don't have one of their devices, so.
I just last weekend, Jason from ZFO just got one of the EMOWs or whatever it's called.
What is it?
It's
I'll be right back.
EMOW. It's called EMO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emo,
Okay.
mow like and mow the lawn, I guess, but that's a pretty good vape.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Is it
Okay.
Kanger that made? Yeah, I think it's Kanger that makes that.
All right.
But anyway, so back to that. I mean, how do I feel about it? I mean, I'm sure on their PV, they've tested what it's going to do. Would I put that on a Mac? I'm not sure I would. If I was being safe, I would say it's a bad idea to put it on a Mac. But if you're going to put it on a regulated device like the Emo, that's probably not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So I knew Kanger made mods.
I didn't.
Or PV.
I said I didn't. He knew.
So, that being said, I apologize for my coming out of the gate. I've been having a crazy day with.
Don't apologize. I think it's absolutely stuff that has needed to be said for a long time, and we've talked about that. I have long wanted you to make a statement about it, and it just so happens that there was an event that facilitated you being ready to talk about this kind of stuff. I'm happy for it.
You've been trying to get me to do this, and I'm like, listen, I don't want to go out. I don't want to start harping, But now it's like, enough is enough. I mean, thank God nobody got hurt down in San Antonio.
It's unbelievable that nobody was hit by shrapnel. I mean, that is really kind of a miracle, don't you think? I mean, Jesus, he just threw it down and screwed. Insane.
And you know what? Let's put ourselves in that guy's shoes for a second, okay?
I have.
There's one thing that's absolutely certain, okay? Everybody who vents a battery, and by the way, it's happening more and more and more frequently. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
That's why I'm so upset about this, because most of them don't make the news in the vaping community. Some do. I know of several that have not. Okay. And if they did, they made it sort of on a local level, and the decisions were made to kind of keep it quiet, right? And it's like, because this is bad. But I can tell you this: everybody who has ever had a battery vent on them by mistake, every one of them has said it's not going to happen to me before it happened.
Sure.
Okay, every one of them has heard people telling them that it's dangerous, and they've said, if I'm educated, I won't get hurt. Okay, every one of them has.
That's always the excuse they give. Always.
Yeah, and you've been vaping since '09, and you've not had a battery vent. And I'll come back to, there are two kinds of sub-owners: those that have had a battery vent and those that eventually will. Okay, if you're deep sub-ohming, you will eventually vent a battery. It's what's going to happen. Okay, is it going to be today? Is it going to be tomorrow? It could be in 5 years if you keep doing this. I don't know, but the odds are stacked against you. It's what's going to happen because you're doing an unsafe thing to a battery. No matter how much you educate yourself, that battery only knows what it knows. Okay? And that's it. And we always get along, well, I vented an ego, so what are you going to do? The difference is an ego doesn't blow your hand off. Well, it could, I suppose, but not as likely. And that'd be a sign to not buy egos. If egos are venting, let's not buy those either. Let's not buy things that blow up. I just want, you know what I want to do? I want to pick up my PV and shove nicotine in my face. That's what I want to do. I want to pick it up. I want to suck it in there. I want to keep it in my body instead of regurgitating it all over the room. And that's why I vape. I vape to get nicotine. Nicotine is my only friend at times.
Just vape it.
That's what I'm doing. And it's, have I ever put a PB in my face that's been a sub-ohm build that somebody had over here try this? Of course I have. Of course I have. Okay? And I know it's dangerous, and I've done it anyway. I see the attraction. But it doesn't, but as a daily practice, it's Russian roulette. It's playing with loaded guns. It really is.
Yeah.
So
I've had batteries vent. I've had them vent. I had them vent on a live show. catch fire, and
Giggler
go.
Giggler
Okay.
says beard vaping. Does anybody want to see beard vaping?
Yes.
Absolutely, we do. Beard vaping, beard vaping.
I don't know how it's going to come out here, but let's try it, okay?
All right. Hi, cats. Alex
Hi,
is
cats.
here. We have a lot of people in. This
Hey, Dave.
old home week. Shy-Tan is here also. Hey, Doc Dave.
There you go. I just beard vaped.
Nice.
Did you see it?
Sweet. Yes.
Did I do it again? Did you see it?
Yes, do it again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
All right, here we go.
This might catch on with all the bearded guys. Absolutely, Rich. I wanted him
There it
to.
is. The new credit.
Look at it leaking out.
I was bored in Atlanta for a few minutes, and I said, and I blew into my PV, and the vent was pointing towards my beard, and it just filled my beard with vapor, which was funny. So then the next thing that I had to do was suck the vapor out of the beard. So
Man, I want a beard so I can do that.
I know, right?
Stop.
We might have to do Tony with beards.
what I was gonna say is, you want a beard so you can do it. Stop getting Brazilians. Get a long hose. Never mind.
Oh my God!
I bet it makes the beard smell good, right?
It does.
Elf
Wait.
says ZFO sells beards, right?
Yeah,
Wait. I got
You know
this.
what? You know what? That's the kind of pandering we should do. We should be selling those little beards with the built-in glasses that
Yes.
beard cotton.
Mhm.
No, tell them the other thing, Mike. What's the other thing?
Caffeine Kid is the one you were playing off of at the Vapor Joe roast. I understand you had a good time. Hey, First Lady Beard Vapor.
Is Caffeine Kid Tony?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yes.
Novinsky. There he
man,
is.
I love Tony. I love Tony. Tony gets up on the vapor thing and he's talking like a boomhauer in there. He's going on. Everybody's saying, "What the heck are you saying?" And I said, "It's okay, I'll translate." Right?
I usually
So
do
he
that.
gets up, so he gets up there and he says, "No, you sit back down. I don't need none of your help. I don't need any of your help. You just keep out of this." And I said, what he said was, he's happy to be here. Then he said, "No, man, you sit back down. I don't need none of your help. You sit back down, you fat asshole. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Messing with me?" And I said, "A lawyer and a rabbi walk into the yeah, Tiger. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, I was. I gotta tell you something.
You guys are so lucky you got to see that. I wish I was there. I really wanted to be there.
I missed it.
That roast was so fun, and
Awesome.
and honestly,
The dumbass translator. There is a video of Mel's husband doing it, and
Oh shit!
so hilarious. I'm gonna send it to you. You have to see that one. It's pretty
okay, send it off to me when you get a chance.
fun. I absolutely will.
Celtic, he knows. He was there. We had an amazingly good time doing the roast. I still say the best gag of the thing was when we said, let's all pose for a group photo, and we all lined up, and Joe kept trying to get into the picture, and we were like, no, you stay back, we're gonna get all lined up here, and then once we're all positioned, we'll do it. And once we got all positioned, we handed him the camera and said, all right, snap the shot. So we got the shot of everybody that roasted him, but made him take the picture.
But
Nice.
Joe. People are asking, have you seen have you put your hands on a ZNA clone yet?
Um, well, yeah, kind of. I have two of them.
Mm-hmm.
I've got one that is that Loki ordered up.
Right.
Loki ordered up so that I would own the first clone that landed in the country, which was awesome of him, to be honest with you. That was Loki. George's got a lot of heart.
Yeah,
And,
that's true.
That was really thoughtful of him to do that. And people would say, "What do you mean it was thoughtful of him to buy a clone of your PV?" But I really wanted to see it. I wanted to see what they did.
Sure.
And he went above and beyond and got the thing in before any of the others. And unfortunately, the first one arrived broken.
Oh, no way.
So it didn't work, and the PV was and the board was bad, so we were unable to get it working. So we did stick a DNA board in it, and it's working as a DNA. As a lot of people know, what we know clones break, and we know clones are going to exist. If you spend $120 on a clone, and it breaks, you're going to kind of lose your money because China's not going to fix it.
Right. Who are you going to send it back to?
Right.
And for me, that's a big deal.
So one of the important things that we were looking at was if the clones break, can we fix them? And the answer is yes, we can. We can with a tiny bit of modification, we can get a DNA board in it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get one of the clones in it and you blow up the board, we can stick a DNA board in it. So yeah, Cloudpur will replace them, but Cloudpur isn't making them. So
yeah.
So
kind of neither here nor there.
No, we're not going to charge $269 to put a DNA board in it. We're going to charge for the board and a small labor fee, and we'll do it quick if somebody has a problem with them. So the plan is and we're actually sort of with a tongue-in-cheek thing. We're going to be talking with Brandon next week. We're going to order boards that say ZNA clone on them, so that if you get if you send it in for a DNA board, we'll put a board in that says ZNA clone, which will be fun if you ask me.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
So instead of saying ZNA, because they just light up, they say ZNA 30 is what the clones say.
ZNA 30?
It says ZNA 30 when it lights up. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. So we're gonna make it so that if we replace the board, it says ZNA clone, which will be fun.
Love it.
The metal work on the PV is interesting. It is the one that I have is Z2 threaded.
Mm-hmm.
And
we wondered about that, if they were actual pictures from your PVs, and it was clear that the frame was not, but the tube and one of the top caps I thought were yours. So.
Yeah, in a lot of the pictures they did use my parts.
Ah.
And the actual one, the machining is a little more crude. It doesn't have the dual adjustable 510, but you can get my dual adjustable 510 cap if you need the pin adjustment on there. So that will fit on there. My tubes do thread on there. The battery cap that we make, which is a little better than theirs, will fit on there. Ours has a better spring and a little better fit. Their stainless body isn't stainless. It's made of a casting of some type of an alloy. But it looks good. I mean, it doesn't look horrible. The button placement is exactly the same as ours, so the DNA board will fit dead nuts on there and function. So we're excited about being able to fix them. I'm actually excited about that because again, I don't want people to buy, something that they lose their money if it breaks. And we'll be able to fix them, so that's good. So and the other thing is if you buy one of those PVs and you buy let's say you want a gunmetal tube, or we've got the new Obsidian Zen Coat coming out now, or the Gold Zen Coat or Rose Gold, any of those things, you buy those to put on this PV, they're going to fit, and that's really cool. So you can still do all of the customizing, you know, to make it sort of your own, which is part of the beauty. You know, part of the beauty of the Z&A that's lost on the clone is all of the interchangeability.
Right.
The beautiful thing is that, you know, China doesn't have to make those parts. We're making those parts here, and they'll fit. So, so that's pretty cool to be able to do that. And if you buy that, and then later on decide you want to buy an authentic, all those parts will fit the authentic too, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah, and I took a different. I have a different attitude towards the clones than many people do. I don't want, I'd be lying if I didn't say I talked to my attorney about it and say what can be done. You know, and I weighed the options, and I made the decision that felt right in my heart. And because all that you can really do to China is nothing.
Pretty much.
You know, and you know that's a problem. I just want to. The guy from Baker said buy a DNA 20 clone board from Fastech and solder it into repair his 5-month-old Vapor Shark DNA. Let me tell you why that's a bad idea, Scope. The DNA clone board doesn't have any active battery monitoring, so you lose. And I should be clear about that. One of the most exciting things about the DNA board to me is not the 30 watts. What excites me about the DNA 30 board is the battery safety aspects of it, and those are not present in the clones. So I don't think you're going to end up with a device that's not as safe. So get a real DNA board and keep that battery safety. Trauma said, "How do I feel about faceless and his hybrids?" I've answered that question about 1 million times a few years ago.
Yeah, you have on every show we've done.
And the answer to the question is faceless. Clint was one of the first owners of a Genesis PV. He was in the first list. And he was an active participant in the thread, over on ECF. And he's also a really smart guy. And a lot of people at the same time, maybe what was it, Steve? About a month later, after I came out with the ZNA, the Genesis, the
originals.
The Katana came out.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Katana had. And the Katana had a tank cover, and it had a locking switch, which I could not get through my insurance company, and it had interchangeable tubes. And people in the thread were saying, make one with interchangeable tubes so you can put a kick in it. Make one with a locking switch so we can lock it, and make one with a tank cover so that if we drop it, the glass doesn't break.
Right.
My response to that was, I don't want to. I designed the PV that I wanted to design.
Right.
And yes, some of you people want this, but I'm still, doing what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep on doing that. And so Faceless said, well, everybody wants this. I'll go ahead and make it. So here's what he did. I mean, he modeled his atomizer after the atomizer in the Genesis. He came out with interchangeable tubes, a locking switch, which the insurance company made him change, and a tank cover. And the iHybrid was born. So he didn't copy my PV. He made the opposite of my PV, and what people said that they wanted. And as far and really the first 100 or so that he sold, he bought the glass from me because the atomizer was the same size as mine. And as far as I'm concerned, it was a hit for him, and I'm happy for him. So so there you go. So that's the answer to the question. The Trinity 650 and 26650 are amazing mods. They're pretty nice. pretty nice PVs for the money. The Veritas, I've actually had trouble. I don't like building the Veritas, but and I don't drip, so so it doesn't mean that much for me. But a lot of people love that piece. So here's let's go back. Let's go back to the late 1970s, and I loved a band called Genesis, and the lead singer was Peter Gabriel. And
Yes.
and then he left the band, and everybody said, "Oh no, this great band is going to go away." And then Peter Gabriel started recording on his own, and now we had two great bands to listen to instead of one.
Because Phil stepped up.
Because Phil stepped up and sang. So the thing is, it's like, this is how things evolve. I mean, it starts out as me making a PV, and then let's saying, "Hey, I'd like to try that," and he built what people wanted, and
For sure.
and now we have two good American companies instead of one. So
Right.
so to me, that's a good thing. I mean, he's employing people, I'm employing people. If he hadn't done that, it would just be me, or somebody else might have done it. So who knows? There you go.
Very true. Very true. Because from your initial runs, we started to see more and more beautiful PVs.
Well, what ended up happening was a lot of people became inspired to do it themselves, and that's not a bad thing,
Sure, they saw you did it. It was viable, and why not take a chance?
Yeah, and it's like, well, if he can do it, I can do it. And the fact is, that's true. If I can do it, you can do it. And a lot of people said, hey, why am I sitting on my hands here? I could be doing something. And that's all good, right?
Absolutely.
That's all good. So my take on it is I don't see any downside to it. So anyway, Minion vape,
a little minion.
the Minion vape. There it is.
There it is, my little minion.
And this is why CB does not want me at her house. I will steal her minion.
Courtesy of Captain Howdy's Mod Shop on Facebook. You'll find them. They're making it with a 30-watt board in it also.
Nice.
Not an Evolve board, but a 30-watt board.
Jamie said, I like that mech Noah got. That. Which mech was that? Oh, Noah. I think, did he get one of the engraved ones?
Oh, the limited, the one you made of 6. Those are beautiful. I saw Novinsky, who should give it to me.
The
Got
koi. The koi. I made 6 of the kois.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
And we're gonna do some more like that in very, very limited numbers. And we also did. We've been doing it a lot of the meets that we go to, event-specific events. We did one for Vape Can that had a maple leaf on it. We just did this one with a peach that everybody thinks is a radish.
Radish.
And it's a peach. But it looks like a radish, even though it's a peach. But we've been doing a lot of that this year and having a lot of fun with it. We're getting a lot more into limited run custom stuff, but not in the same way of the way a lot of guys do. We're doing very event specific things or pieces that are we don't even announce they're like the koi. We didn't even announce that they were coming. They just showed up, and we just did a bunch of DX 650s for Mount Baker Vapor. We engraved their logo on them for them, so that nice. some of the upper guys over there are vaping those. So that it's more of a corporate gift kind of a thing. It's stepping in that direction because the guys in my shop are really coming into their own. Oh
man, they do such great work, and I see Merle is in here also.
Oh, is Merle in here?
He is. He's been sending me sexy messages right through the show.
Nice. Well, Merle
He's
is
amazing, amazing guy.
without Merle, I'm just a gibbering heap of blue jeans. You know, Merle is the guy that I designed. Merle makes the magic happen, and without him, I'm kind of sunk. But
He's amazing.
he is
really
amazing.
talented.
He is. He's a phenomenal machinist, and so yeah, and which is a great segue to something that we've got coming up, and that is I didn't I when I hire somebody, I don't just want them to go in the back and make nut and have an uninteresting life. I want them to learn skills that they can use other places if they ever decide to leave,
Absolutely.
One of the things I really wanted to do was to give the guys some ownership in some projects. I'll come up with an idea now and say, you show me how you would execute it instead of me designing it, okay? So one of the things, to sort of get the ball rolling on that was I decided that we're to have a design competition within the shop, and we're starting with something simple, and that is drip tips, right? So I went to 5 of the guys at the shop. So Merle is one of them. Kevin Purvey in the back in the machine shop is also one of them. Dustin Forkner, Michael Wright, and David in the back have all been asked to design what if you could make any drip tip, what would you make? So what they did was come up with their idea. Then they got to get with Merle, right, and show the idea to them, and Merle has to discuss it with them about what the machinability of it is. Can it be made? Can it be made? That sort of thing. And then and once it's settled and they finalize the design, we're gonna make their drip tip, right? So we've got 5 guys designing drip tips in the shop, right? And we're gonna produce 100 each of them, okay? And we're gonna have a competition to see which one is the most commercially successful, and the one that's the most commercially successful is gonna get a bonus. But the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to really on the website. I'm going to do pages on the person that designed it, why they designed it that way, what they were thinking, and how they felt about the process, and introduce you to them a little bit. So you can say, well, this is Dustin Forkner, and this is why he designed it, and this is who this guy is, and that sort of thing. So Merle designed one, Kevin designed one, 3 guys back in assembly designed them, and then we're going to send, initially we're going to send 25 of each out to electronic sticks, and I'm going to send them out to electronic sticks, and they're going to, whichever one sells out first wins the contest. And then after that, we'll release the other 100, the other 75 of each in other ways. But I think it'll be exciting to see
That'll be amazing.
to see what they come up with. So far, they've come up with some interesting designs, and the beautiful thing about it is they're designs I wouldn't have come up with. So I think the idea. Of being able to do that is good, and the guys that have made their drip tips are done, and they're in packaging and ready to enter into the contest.
Very cool.
They got to see what the process was, how to get it out of your head into a 3D object, and they got to see that process and go through it. And getting a piece made, like even a simple drip tip, is literally a negotiation with the machinist. He's got to look at it and say, can I make it, can't I make it? And how am I going to go about making it? And then the machinist is going to say, it's going to take this long to make. They come back to me and say, this many machine minutes and this much material equals what retail price? And they hear what the retail price is going to be, and then they have to decide whether they're too high or too low. because they don't want to make a $90 drip tip. They're not going to win the competition because nobody's going to buy them. But on the other hand, if they dumb it down too much, it won't be interesting enough. So they have to figure it out and see how to really walk that line between commercial viability and what they actually want to make. So I think that's good.
Very cool. I think it's awesome.
And then another project that's going on right now at the shop is the thing we're calling the ZNA 813.
Amazing! Dying for that.
and the ZNA 813 started as a concept by me saying I want to build this, and I went to Adam Cosell. Adam Cosell is a remarkable young man that has been, up until he came to work for me, had been self-employed for a number of years. Said he would never work for anybody as long as he lived. And then we ended up chatting, and he said, I think I might like to come work for you. And I said, I'll hire you in a sort of a mentor-protege sort of a capacity. So I want to, he's an entrepreneur at heart. He's not going to stick around forever because when I go work a job, I don't stick around forever either. I see a lot of me in him.
Right.
So he came on board in a sort of a mentor-protege role. I mean, and he's a clever guy, and I don't know that I'll have him forever, but while I have him, it's great having him around. And at the moment, he's the crew chief back on the ZNA line. He's the guy that oversees the assembly of the ZNAs. But he also fills in with some other projects. But I went to him and said, here's my idea. I want to make this thing. I'm going to call it the 813 because the plan was to have it available by my anniversary, but I also know I never hit those deadlines.
You are so bad with the deadlines.
Well, you know what, though? That's what it
Your
takes.
intentions are always great, and I always think you're going to make it.
Well, this is one that I never said would be available on 813. So I announced on 813 what it was going to be, and so I went to him, and it was simple. I said, I want to make a device that we can thread onto any of our mechs and turn it into a DNA 30. And I have to hit certain price points, and I gave him the task list of what it was. He did things. He approached it from a way that I never approach anything. Okay, and he 3D modeled it. He there are parts inside it that are 3D printed because they would be virtually impossible to machine. And
right.
And he just approached it from a completely different point of view. The one that I have here is actually not the prototype that I showed pictures of, because that one is black. It's painted black. They're going to come out in aluminum graphite, rose gold, and
oh man, that's amazing! All colors.
Yeah,
Love it.
It's going to initially come out in aluminum graphite. The first one out will be aluminum graphite, and then we'll take it from there. But what it is a module that it's Z2 threaded, male on one end and female on the other end. You take your atomized, you take your 510 off the top of your PV and put this in its place. Then put your 510 on top of that, or your Z2 Addy or your Z2 cargo tank, and thread it right on. And and it looks like this. So that's one, So that's what it is on the button side, and on the other side it's that.
Wow.
Amazing.
Look at it rotating like it's in Macy's window.
I love it.
Need a turntable.
Yeah. So that's what it is, and you can and you remove the mechanical switch and put the battery cover on it, and off you go.
That would be quite beautiful on my little orange
It
PV.
would be quite beautiful on there, and as long as you keep the vaping below about 16 watts, you can run it on a 350, which is really cool.
Oh, I'd use it. I prefer to use it on 18650, but I may put it on a 490 just to see how great it looks.
Yep.
Wow.
So that's what it is. And,
Love it.
And he did a great job on it. I mean, and I'm looking forward to it coming out. Right now we're machining the bodies of it, but that's all that's left to do. Machine the bodies and coat them, and then get them through assembly. So we're probably about 3 weeks out. So that's what it looks like lit up.
Fabulous.
And that's on a 652. So that's coming in. So that's Adam Cosell that did that, and you're going to start seeing more stuff coming out of us that is, that's featuring some of the other people. Because even though I conceived of this idea, it is Adam that designed it, and it's Adam that did the hard work. Okay, which was designing designing some aspects of it that are very important, like how do you hold the board into this round thing without it rotating out of the way, and all that kind of stuff. And I did give him some input on the button on the button sides, but mostly this is designed by Adam, and I think he did a beautiful job, and I'm really excited to see to see the response to it, because so far the people that have seen it have wanted it. So
it's amazing. It's just amazing.
Target price on it's $150 for the module with a battery cover, so that you can just put it on any one of your PVs. You've got the parts to complete it, or somewhere in the 210 range is a complete PV.
Love the idea. That's same price as a Pravari, and you're getting more.
So I got a few more things coming out. I'll bring you one. Hang on a second, I'll be right back.
He's organized.
Not going far.
Alrighty.
I'm just I'm not sure you can really catch the color in this light, but that's the Obsidian Zen Coat.
Beautiful.
So that's coming now.
You're doing a lot of collaborations, also.
I'm working on a few collaborations, yeah.
Gorgeous.
So anyway, the Obsidian Zen Coat, that just shipped to dealers this week. It should be showing up any day now. Real limited run right off the bat. We're going to see how it goes before I commit to making thousands of them, but we'll see how it goes. We also have a PV which is called the Fearless coming. And
interesting.
The Fearless, I'm just going to mock one up here because I don't have all the correct parts to do it necessarily, but the Fearless is a real departure for us in terms of in terms of design, but that is the Fearless. Okay, so it's curved along through there. Watch closely right there as I go to break it apart. It's got a seamless break there to put the battery in it.
Yeah.
But here's the cool stuff about this one. You'll notice I'm threading the 510 connector off up here.
I see.
It's Z2 threaded up there, but when the device is in, it covers the knurls. Okay. So it gives it, so any of the Z2 parts that exist in all of the colors will go to be able to customize it, and also in the bottom, the entire Z2 switch is up inside this thing.
Love it.
Okay. So you see what's happening there?
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
So the entire Z2 switch is up there, so you can have a Z2.2 switch, a Z2.1 switch. If you've got an old Z2.1, that could go on there. So it's going to ship as a stainless PV, but you can also do color customizing, and we're going to do it in Zen coats as well.
Oh, nice. So it's fully integrative with everything.
Fully integratable to the whole existing
Whole line. Yeah.
Right to this degree, and you'll see in a second where I'm going with this.
Amazing.
You can even put the 813 on it. Okay, so that is a, the only thing you can't put it on is a ZN is a conventional ZNA 30. This is going to come out initially in stainless, but we're also going to do limited numbers, very limited number of coppers. Everybody, shiny copper. So,
beautiful, beautiful.
Very nice.
So that's coming. We got a lot of stuff coming. Super Sidewinder's coming.
Oh, cool. Can't wait for that.
Which is a Sidewinder with interchangeable tubes and a DNA 30 board in it.
Oh man, that is right up my alley.
So it'll be the Sidewinder form factor, DNA 30 board. Won't be a top switch. It'll be a switch on the side of the DNA module. It's almost the same DNA module that the 813 is.
Amazing, amazing, amazing APVs.
And I said I wasn't gonna pitch my wares tonight. I was here to bitch.
Hey, you have to show them.
They were asking.
I'd be begging.
I just saw one of my favorite people, Zuli, asking about a beard cloud.
Another more beard clouds.
Okay, this one's
Mama,
for
you
Zuli.
should do yours too.
That was actually kind of difficult to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I really wish I was at Palooza. I really so wanted to be there.
There's your beard cloud, Zuli. Zuli was there when I invented the beard cloud.
Ah, lucky her. It's East Iowa e-cigs or
Central Iowa
Central Iowa e-cigs. Dr. Pennsylvania, they also carry Z2 products.
I just also posted a link directly to House of Hybrids where to buy.
Yeah, link to that because there's a lot more places to buy.
There's a lot of places, actually, not just ENS. I know you said you didn't like their attitude, and
Wait a minute. Did I say I didn't like ENS's attitude?
Well, there's one or two people that you and I know of who are not very nice to people.
They're not there anymore. They're not there anymore, Steve.
Well, there is somebody taking their place.
Oh, we'll have to chat about that.
Sadly.
we'll have to chat about that. But
Yeah.
Electronic Sticks is Electronic Sticks is an online full line dealer. Clouds of Vapor is online Z2 only. And then there's about 20 shops out there that are carrying brick and mortars, and we're adding about 5 a month right now.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's the deal there. So
very nice.
Anybody seen Robert Green's videos?
I've seen them.
Yes.
Guy sits with his head to the camera like this.
Yeah.
Hey, peeps. That guy. Right?
Yeah.
He always ends his videos with "Don't blow yourself up," right? And
Good advice.
Yeah, it's good advice. And honestly, I think that coming back to the the thing about vaping safely is my recommendation to people that insist on SOMOing is that I really wish that you would stop arguing with people that are right. Okay. When people are telling you what you're doing isn't safe, and you say I can do it safely, I know what's going to happen long term with this. I mean, it's so obvious what's going to happen long term. It's frightening. And if people start getting hurt, it starts making national news, and it's just a matter of time till it does.
Absolutely.
We're going to lose all of this.
God forbid.
We're going to lose all of
but
this.
it could absolutely and easily go that way.
And the thing is, if you don't want to vape safely for yourself, vape safely for others. Okay, do it.
There you go.
Do it in your home. Don't do it around people where they might get hurt. Our sign at the ZFO says keep it above 0.70. We're going to probably change that to a higher number at some point, but for now we're just dealing with culture shock. But when these things blow up, they're shrapnel, and you can hurt somebody around you. And if you don't care about yourself, that's fine. You don't have to, but care about the other people that are around you. You can tell me all day long that you've educated yourself and you're doing it safely, and the fact of the matter is you have not educated yourself and you are not doing it safely. And it's dangerous, and you need to, and if you want to do it, that's fine, but do it in your home where
you can't hurt anybody but you,
where
and
you
your
don't hurt
vape.
anybody but yourself. And if you do it, maybe when the paramedics come, you can explain to them that it was not an e-cig that did it. It was you doing that, because you're going to hurt.
Right.
You're going to hurt our industry. You're going to affect my employees' jobs. You're going to affect the vape shops. And if you want to do it, that's fine. Go right ahead, but do it at home. Don't do it out at vape meets in public. Don't do it at raves. Or concerts, or where if it blows up, it's going to hurt somebody besides you. If you want to blow yourself up, blow yourself up. I don't care. I wish you wouldn't. I wish you only.
You do care, or you wouldn't be saying.
Only good health and safety.
Yeah.
But don't do it outside. Don't do that in public. Don't do that at events. Don't do that at meets. It's dangerous, and you're going to hurt people.
Absolutely.
You want to talk about a close call? The only thing worse in San Antonio is if somebody had gotten hurt, and if you guys that are out there that agree with me, join me in calling these people dumb omers. Okay, join me in spreading that term. And I'll tell you what, I think that nobody wants to be called stupid. Okay, nobody does. I don't want to be called stupid.
But the practice is stupid,
But
because
if
they
you're
are
doing-
wrong on every point.
But if people are doing something which is stupid, and you know it's stupid, then you have an obligation to tell them that it's stupid.
You do. You absolutely do.
Because if you're in a position to correct their behavior, and you choose to look the other way, then you're part of the problem. You're not part of the cure. And we've been very actively promoting upper ohm vaping, or plus ohm vaping, or whatever you want to call it, and we've taught people how to blow enormous clouds at above 1 ohm. You just have to learn how to do it, and the first step in doing that is learn how to properly build a single coil instead of using doubles, triples, quadruples, and all that kind of stuff. If you own a vape shop, stop selling wire that can create these low ohm builds. Okay, you cannot create low ohm builds with 30 and 32 gauge Canthal. It simply can't be done. And stop pandering to these people for the few dollars that you're going to make off of them.
Yeah.
Tell your employees to stop teaching people how to do it, and tell your employees not to vape like that in front of the customers. Tell them to keep it home too. If you agree with me, start referring to it not as sub-ohming but as dumb ohming, and it'll help.
Mm-hmm.
It will help. And the thing is, it doesn't get magically safe at 1 ohm, but it is safer.
Right.
And it's really all about just being aware of the fact that the battery marketers because they're not even the battery manufacturers. It's the battery marketers that are putting these wrappers on that are saying 60 amp, 65 amp, 70 amp. It's ridiculous. The batteries cannot do that, and they're giving you a false sense of security. So,
Yep.
you know, that's it. You know, call it dumb ohming. Okay, use the term, promote the term, and it will help. I contacted Kevin at VCCT Tennessee, the one in Chattanooga, and I said, if you're having a cloud contest, I will not be attending your event. And he said, well, he's going to have to talk to the sponsors of the cloud contest and this and that. It might be too big of a problem, this and that. And he got back to me a few hours later, and he said there will be no cloud contest. You know.
Great.
Good. And that's a step in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Vapors that are out there, if you agree with me, do not attend events that have cloud contests.
Let me ask you a question, Zen. If
Sure.
there was a cloud competition that they had specific rules, you know, no ohms under like 0.9 or 1 or whatever, they had to use, obviously, AWIMR, they were trying to be safe, would you attend those?
You know, here's the thing. I don't like the competitive nature of cloud chasing contests to start with, okay? You know, I don't inherently agree with them, you know, from a competition point. I don't think it's something we should be competing with. Did you smoke?
Who, me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How many smoke-offs did you go to?
None that I can remember.
Okay. So did you feel the need to compete with who could blow the most amount of smoke?
Again, none that, no.
Yeah, there weren't any smoking contests, okay? You know, and you know, and to me, that's the you know, that's the reality of this. The cloud contests help us lose sight of the objective, and that's to get people to stop smoking. You know. And how many shows did we? Somebody said, how many shows did we watch about smoking? We didn't. This is a completely
There
different.
weren't any. There just weren't. Nothing.
And I think that's part of the thing is, you know, vaping has become such a subculture, and people in general, when you are a smoker, you are addicted, period.
Yeah,
when you become a vapor, you do lose part of that addiction because your body does get rid of a lot of the chemicals that are in cigarettes, but most people who are addicted to nicotine do have maybe not a flat-out addictive personality, but they do have kind of an addictive personality.
Well, of course they do. Of course they do.
When they switched from from smoking to vaping, I believe that some of them feel the need to still do these competitions, not necessarily for the competing factor, but because it's just another form of addiction.
Well, and I agree with that, but I'm not entirely sure that that it's promoting a safe behavior. So, I
agree.
In the town of Geneseo, okay, Geneseo College was famous for something up until the mid '80s.
Beer.
Beer. Geneseo College was famous for the drinking derby. Okay. And ultimately they made the decision that probably wasn't the best thing to be doing.
Right.
And you know, I personally never participated in the drinking derby, but many people did, and there was public outcry. How can you take away something that's got tradition? And they said, how can we take it away? Well, you know, since there's about 6 DWI, you know, fatalities every year at this thing, maybe it's a good idea to stop.
Right.
And you know, the thing is, it's, you know, if somebody created a cloud contest that was to promote vape safety, in other words, you blow me the biggest cloud over 2 ohms and that will impress me, okay? Then people will focus on learning how to build higher resistance coils, and they'll go after that. I don't love the competitive nature, but that's something that I could at least wrap my head around, because there's an actual agenda and purpose to it. You know?
Right.
So from my perspective, if you want to have a cloud contest that that does the following things, and I've thought a lot about this. The following things would be: you do your build, you hand it to a judge who inspects it, and he sequesters that PV until it's time for you to blow the cloud. In other words, you can't take it back and change it. You put it in for a tech inspection. I used to race rally cars. You put your car in for tech inspection, and they take the keys. You're not leaving with it until the race starts. Okay. Because once it passes tech inspection, they don't want you taking it and modifying it, to have some kind of a competitive advantage. If somebody were to put their PV into a box and said it's sequestered, sealed off, nobody's going to alter it until it's time to do it, and the build is above, and it's promoting a safer ohming build, I could get behind that, because it's going to educate people on how to more safely build these things. So could I wrap my head around that? I think as a novelty I could, because at the end of the day it's all about safety, So you do tech inspection and make sure that it's a safe build, and that safe build is well above an ohm, because that would require skills to actually be able to blow a cloud up there. If you could do that, I could wrap my head around that. If you could do that, I could see starting an organization, that does sanctioned contests, which are all about that. But that's my take on it. But I don't agree with competitions in general. But at least there would be an educative, thing about that. So there you go. Okay,
fair enough.
And somebody said, Jamie, not trying to be smart, is it safe to amplify a battery's voltage or wattage via a chip? In a nutshell, the answer is yes. It's safer to do that. So.
Yeah, listen, I think, as veteran vapors, when you see people saying that stuff, Nitro Show is not a sub-ohming show, Cody. You know that as well as I do. And honestly, because he's blown himself up on cam, he's careful not to promote doing it now. So,
he blew himself up on cam?
Blew himself up on cam. I'm not okay with that. I am not okay with that. And he knows that.
How does one blow themselves up on cam?
With finesse.
Dumb ohming. Dumb ohming,
yeah. There you go.
He's welded his Addy on cam twice.
Mm-hmm. And for the ones that say that Nitro has a sub-ohm show, no, he has a low-ohm show. Granted, not exactly much difference, but it is called low-ohm vaping.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing.
I'm not sure why you're bringing it up, Cody. You're here to argue about it.
Well, let me jump in on this.
I don't approve of it. Is what I've said, and I said that on his show.
Yeah, I sense a sentiment that says, if I say these things and it's an approved message by the network, then why does the network allow other shows to promote these things? And in all honesty, why does the network allow this? Maybe it's something the network should be looking at. Maybe the network should be. I'm not saying censorship. I'm just saying, how about having content that's appropriate?
I always have advocated content. Unfortunately, how much content is there? There's quite a bit of it if you want to look for it.
Yeah.
Well, on some shows.
On some shows, and there are many. I mean, look at how many channels there are where there is none.
Listen,
that can be true of any show, including mine. Okay. I'm not picking on shows. I'm just saying, if you want content, it's out there. And I don't like promoting sub-ohm vaping. I don't. Do I use it? I have used it. Absolutely. Will you see me promoting it on my shows? Never. Ever.
I agree,
Okay.
Diana Rose. I think it's going to go the way of the dodo fairly soon.
What is?
I think sub-ohming is going to start phasing out. Because, there's going to be...
One can hope.
There's going to be people who are... There are going to be people who are going to consistently be dumb. It's the nature of humans. However, I've noticed that people who used to be very into sub-ohming have gradually dropped back.
Okay, so let me just comment. I'm reading here. Nitro tries to teach people to be safe about sub-ohming. He doesn't promote it. Teaching people to be safe about sub-ohming is like teaching people on how to shoot yourself in the head safer. Okay, there is no way to safely sub-ohm. Okay, you can only this is, if I say anything tonight, to sink into your head, let this sink into your head. There is no way to safely sub-ohm. You can only luckily sub-ohm. Okay, you can sub-ohm and have good luck, but that doesn't make it safe. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just because you've got good luck doesn't mean you're doing something which is safe. Okay?
Yes, really, Vic. Really.
Yes, really, Vic. Oh, it is not safe to sub-ohm.
It's not the logic tonight. This has always been. Okay? There never was sub-ohming. Using 1.3 was considered extremely low just a couple years ago.
Okay.
So this is not just tonight's agenda. This has been my agenda, from the start. If I don't try it, I can't talk about it.
I hate to say this in this way, but Vic, where'd you get your PhD? Because I know where mine came from. You cannot tell people that it's safe to sub-ohm. That's my comment. It's that this is what we're up against here.
I know.
Let me point it.
I
This is
care.
what we're up against.
Let me approach it a different way. Okay, I have vaped in damn near every store in my area. Okay,
Yep.
I've never had anybody complain about it. There's a pizza joint that I frequent often, and I vape there. The owner knows me. He knows I vape. He's never said anything to me. Another person went into the same pizza joint, blew a bunch of clouds, and the owner came up and said, "Hey, could you not do that?" Of course, the dude argued and, said, "Well, vaping's safer, this isn't smoking, blah, blah, blah." As the case may be, he was blowing clouds. He got asked to not do it. Blowing clouds, granted, yes, there are times that it is kind of cool. I'm not going to lie, I do find it kind of cool. But on the other hand, I don't think it needs to be done constantly.
I agree. And finding it cool doesn't mean it's safe.
Right.
Right.
Celtic has said when he was in the show that he was not aware how very dangerous what he was doing is and was, and made the comment that he's going to be rethinking what he's been doing.
Yeah. And a lot of people,
if everybody can just even stop to think about what you've been doing to be safer.
Yeah.
Safe is not a very loose word, Vic. Give me a fucking break, okay?
Well, first of all, there is no such thing as safe.
Oh my God!
But
Yeah.
this is the rabbit hole that this always goes down. It turns into the group of people that are convinced that it's perfectly okay to do it, dog pile on the people that are telling them the God's honest truth. Okay, so there you go. There you go.
Okay,
So-
Zen, what do you think about the higher wattage mods coming, or PVs that are coming out?
some of the higher wattage PVs that are coming out push the batteries to the limit in the same way that sub-ohming does. Some of them, which are considerably lower wattage, do not do that. The biggest problem that I have with many of the higher wattage devices that are coming out is they've got high wattage output and do not have any battery conditioning monitoring in them. So that's it. So my main thing is we come back to the cloud blowing is listen, I vape under 20 watts most of the time. If I'm not saying I don't ever go above that, but I vape under 20 watts. I don't, since I'm not in cloud contests, I don't really have a need to do that. So if honestly, I got asked this last week by Phil Basardo. He said, if Brandon came out with a 100-watt chip, would I use it in my PV? And the answer is probably not, because my my goal, my singular goal in manufacturing PVs is to help people quit smoking. Okay, and it doesn't take 100 watts to do that. My interest in this is to create devices that help people quit smoking. And I have. It doesn't take 30 watts either. That's correct. It's just that the board that has the best battery monitoring happens to also be a 30-watt board. So, so it's most definitely my focus. And if so, again, I don't think they say never, but I don't think you're going to see a high wattage PV from me. And I've purchased a few higher wattage PVs, and the battery life just sucks on them, even at lower watts. So,
right.
So, yeah, and if the 100 watt can still cause thermal, lots of things can cause thermal runaway. This comes down to, the gist of the argument that always comes back in my face whenever we do something like this is, well, we're all going to die anyway. I mean, that's the gist of it, Well, we're all going to die anyway, so we might as well do what we damn well please, It just, so Vic, I'm going to, listen, I'm pretty happy making a 30-watt device, and if he discontinues the 30 and has a 35 or a 50 or something like that, I won't have a lot of choice but to use it because I'm not making my own boards. But the likelihood of if he has a 30 and a 50, the likelihood of me making a 50 of using the 50 is pretty slim, as long as the 30 is still available. So proof of what?
That a 3 ohm. Wait, let me get the comment. You can have a battery vent at 3 ohm, but there's a higher chance of a vent on a 0.3 ohm than a 3 ohm.
That's absolutely true. That's called the truth.
Proof that a battery is more stressed at a 0.3 ohm instead of a 3 ohm.
Seriously?
How do you not know that, Vic? And I know you. I know you know better.
Vic, I'm not here to engage you in a private conversation or even a semi-private conversation about this. The law of thermodynamics comes into play. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Common sense is a superpower.
What's that?
Chato says common sense, and I say common sense is a superpower.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Apparently.
Vic, what's your point?
He's trying to basically say that certain batteries might be safer than others.
He's talking to crotchety,
okay.
But I don't. Does it matter which battery? I mean, why push the battery to the limit? Is there really a need to?
Why are we doing this? You will never find a way to safely put a dead short on a battery. Okay? In any other industry on God's green earth, below an ohm is a dead short. You're putting dead shorts on a battery. It's dumb. You know? I mean, that's the bottom line. It's just stupid. You know? So, I don't know. This is the frustration level on this. Okay? Yeah. You know? This is the frustration level. You know, learn one thing, you think you know everything.
Well, you know what you need to take away from tonight is you have.
Go ahead, Ego.
One of the things that you need to take away from tonight is you have managed to change many people's minds about sub-ohming and lower ohms coils in general.
But here we have people that argue and want to change it back, and that's the thing, This is always coming down to, the people that are wrong being dismissive of the people that are right.
Yeah.
And the fact it's just that simple. And then they come to me and say, "Well, prove it. Show me this. Show me that. Show me your proof. Show me this." Go to freaking college. Okay? Go learn something. Don't just challenge people that have learned things. Educate yourself. Not by talking to people on Reddit, but by actually studying something. Study electronics, and if you study electronics and learn the implications of Ohm's law, and learn the laws of thermodynamics and how they all played it, you wouldn't be questioning people that are just trying to help you.
Nobody's being nasty, Vic. It is what it is, for Christ's sake. I mean, there are a whole slew of new vapors who have not been well mentored, who have not read, who have watched a video and presume to know what the fuck they're doing, and they don't. They don't. And that is my complaint, okay? And every time I post in a forum I admin about what they're doing, that it's not safe, they said, "But I watch Rip Tripper's video."
Yeah.
Well, so fucking what? I've been reading for 4 years. I think I might know a little more than you about what I'm talking about. And I don't know everything. And when I don't know, you know who I ask? Dr. Morgan.
Amongst others. You've got other people that you can draw on, too.
I have a lot of people I can draw on, okay? But, I don't know if Rip Tripper's an electrician. I do know he should not be telling people who are a week into vaping to jump from an ego to a freaking mech mod and to build a, 0.1 coil or quad coil or a dragon coil. I mean, it's fucking stupid. It's just stupid.
True. Yeah.
It's unsafe. Okay? It's unsafe.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you know Ohm's law and not the implications of Ohm's law, you don't know how to apply Ohm's law. And you've got people in YouTube videos teaching you how to do things that they don't understand what they're doing.
Themselves. Okay? He may be able to build an amazing looking coil. Does he actually use it himself every day?
And by the way, somebody
I doubt it.
Somebody who just chimed in knows his shit, Dr. Dave. Okay.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. Dave knows his shit. Okay. And thank you for supporting what I've been saying. The reality of this is I mean, anybody who has studied electronics reads what sub-ohmers are saying and absolutely laugh at what's being said, okay? Calling you dumb ohmers is being kind. And that's the part that you don't get, And that's the thing is, you don't understand the implications of what you're doing. You don't understand that what's going on in these very simple circuits is extraordinarily dangerous. Okay, and if it hasn't happened to you, if you haven't blown one up, it's only because you're lucky. It's that simple. It's only because you're lucky. And that's the thing, is just because people do it doesn't mean it's safe. Just because people enjoy it doesn't mean it's safe. You know, and that's the reality of it. And it's like, you know, every time somebody sub-ohms, there's the risk of this happening. Every time. Okay? Absolutely every time. Okay? And there's more and more people doing it now, and there's more and more incidents of it. When I was in Canada, I talked to a first responder in Toronto, okay, that knows of, in the last several months, 6 battery venting incidents that didn't make the news, okay, and didn't make it into the public eye because they kept it quiet. But the first responders know. They're going and they're seeing damage done. They're seeing people hurt. And the thing is, just because it doesn't get publicized in our community doesn't mean it's not happening, you know. So there you go, you know. That's great. I'm a doctor, but a music degree may not apply. Creed, you know what? I respect your music degree greatly, especially a doctor. I'll tell you something interesting about musicians, okay? This has absolutely nothing to do with our topic. Nothing whatsoever, okay? But when most musicians start playing a musical instrument somewhere around the 3rd or 4th grade, okay? So by the time they graduate from high school, okay, they've been studying their instrument for 9 years. At that point is when most MDs show that they have an interest, okay, in becoming a doctor. So by the time a guy has a PhD in music, he is more learned at his craft than an MD is, okay, by far. And yet, the MD is going to make a hell of a lot more money than the musician. It's you know. So you bet your ass I respect your music degree. You know, most musicians, most doctorate musicians have been practicing their craft for 25 plus years by the time they get their degree. Kudos to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But Vic, you know, any veteran vapor has a responsibility and an obligation to say what you're doing isn't safe. You don't have to argue with them about it, but you should be pointing out that what they're doing is not safe. You know? I mean, I do it routinely. I don't give a shit that they want to argue about it. I just don't care. Frankly, I'm not here to be popular. You know, although my show may belie that, I'm not here to, you know, to make friends. I just want people to vape responsibly, safely, and to stop smoking if that's their desire.
Yeah, and how about thoughtfully, without getting in other people's face,
without
arguing with people that own stores that tell you don't do it.
It's their private property,
yeah, I mean,
okay?
It's
we know using a lithium battery isn't safe. Nobody has said it is safe. Nothing is 100% safe. Living isn't safe, for Christ's sake, Vic. Come on.
Damn it, I just killed my chat by clicking on it.
Oh, you want a link?
Hang on, I'll fix it.
All right. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying you have an obligation to simply say, dude, what you're doing is not safe. Believe it or not, it's not safe. That's all. That's all, you know?
You know, every week we have a staff meeting at my shop, and at that meeting, every person who works in my shop is reminded that we do this to help people quit smoking. Okay, we aren't doing this to help people blow clouds. We're not doing this to help people win cloud competitions. We're doing this to help people quit smoking. Okay, and when it turns into this whole ridiculous practice, I mean, Here's what I compare it to, okay? Watch this amazing demonstration. I have nicotine in here, right? Nicotine is my friend. I love my nicotine, right? Watch this.
Yep.
I just inhaled it, and I'm holding it in there. See, I'm putting all the nicotine in my body where it belongs, okay? Maybe a little puff comes out, maybe it doesn't. I'm not blowing big clouds. There's nicotine in there. I fucking love it. I'm sucking it into my face. It's going into my lungs, and it's coursing through my veins. I love nicotine, okay? Why would I ever want to suck it in and blow it all back out, right? It's like going to the all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet, eating a bunch of food, and then regurgitating it all over the other people that are eating.
Right.
I have no interest in that, okay? If I want to eat the food, I want to put the food in my body, digest it, get some nutrients from it. If I put nicotine in my body, I want to put it in my body, get value from it, okay? My interest is not in making clouds. My interest is not in making devices that make clouds. My interest is not in you, not in you having a cloud, okay? My interest at this point is stopping you from making clouds. My interest at this point is stopping events from having clouds, okay? Because you know what? Any event that promotes cloud chasing is preventing unsafe behavior. That's simple. The event promoters down in San Antonio are responsible for damages to that property. They learned their lesson.
Oh my God. All right. Seriously, Vic, it's kind of dictator-like to say it. It's not. It's kind of smart to say it because it's the fucking truth. Seriously, if not us, who's going to say it?
It's got to start somewhere, and the people that started are going to be the least popular for quite a while.
Dude, a huge majority of those people blowing clouds don't even use Nick. Never were smokers, okay? Never were smokers. It is simply about putting out these huge clouds. I mean, it's fucking education, dude. It's education. Plain and simple.
Yep.
Vic, I really like you, but I've had about enough tonight. I've just had enough, and I'm really sorry you're persisting with this. Have a great night. I'm just done. I'm just fucking done. Okay, I'm done.
Listen,
Jesus fucking Christ.
I generally support banning people that are just being argumentative, but it's this is a polarizing topic. This is a polarizing topic. This is something that is truly upsetting the cloud chasers to be called stupid. Okay. And the interesting thing is, we've tried educating them. They refute the information. Okay? They refute it. They say it's not true. Eventually, somebody stood there on the edge of that ocean and said, "I'm going to go see if the world is not flat." And because up until then they said if you go there, you're going to fall off the edge and you're going to die. The world is flat, the world is flat, the world is flat, the world is flat, the world is flat. That's what everybody said. The world is flat. You get in that boat and head that way, you're never coming back. The fact is the world isn't flat. Somebody has to take the risk and go over the edge, and find out that there's the rest of the world out there. And why did people say the world was flat? Well, because they grew up being told the world was flat. They believed the world was flat because the common knowledge was the world was flat. Okay? We have an entire group of people that came into vaping and were told the world is flat. They were told this is the way it's done and this is safe, and they believe it. Okay, they read it on Reddit, and they read it on ECF, and they read it in subgroups where this thing has taken on a grassroots movement. And the reality is, they believe that what they're doing is safe because somebody that they trusted told them that it's safe. People believe that the world is flat because people trusted the people that were telling them the world is flat. And the first person that said, I surmise that the world is actually round. It doesn't make sense for it to be flat. Eventually somebody's got to take the risk and go out there and prove that it's round. Right now we're standing here, Siebes. Oh, she's gone, isn't she?
Yeah, she fell out of the hangout. I think she'll be back in a minute.
But right now we're standing here and we're saying the world is round. Okay, your common belief is incorrect, and you understand what you understand, but what you understand is incorrect, and it's hard to, it's very, very hard to convince somebody that is convinced that they're right, that they're actually wrong, and in some cases, absolutely dead wrong, and that's the thing. Kat says dumb owners promote misplaced trust. It's absolutely true. One of Zen's product's main selling point on electronic sticks is that it won cloud chasing competition, and maybe they should change that. That is not one of my main selling points. Maybe somebody reviewed that. I don't know.
He says it's on electronic Nick sticks.
I'll talk to him about that. Is it a review or is it a? I'll talk to them about that. But
I'm looking it up now.
Yeah, that's not anything that I wrote. So, anyway, sorry for the paragraph. Let me read the paragraph before you apologize for it.
Aussie Paper, can you give me a link for that particular quote?
I can go take. I know what he's. I know the unit that he's talking about. He's got to be talking about the copper, but I've got to go. I got to go see it. I'll go to it and look.
Okay.
Yeah, alibi. This is my point. Okay. Generally we didn't. They were sub-ohming around us, and it didn't much bother us. But if you've seen a PV blow up, you don't want one to blow up near you. So now suddenly you have to be concerned about being near places where that can happen. And yeah, you knew smoking was harmful and you still did it. People are going to sell ohm even if they know it's harmful. Yeah, I mean we do have to remind ourselves that every one of the people that converted from smoking to vaping at one time ignored the Surgeon General's warning on every pack of cigarettes. And the Zen Copper, yeah, I'll look that up. I'll talk to them about that tomorrow, Shadow. And every person that smoked did so with the Surgeon General's warning that frankly, over time became more and more diluted. And in Canada, it was becoming more and more pointed. I mean, in Canada, one time, probably 15 years ago, I was in Canada. I picked up a pack of Salem's, and it said on it, it's on the front of the package, obfuscating where it said Salem, because Salem is only on the side of it up there. In black and white, it said, "Smoking can kill your unborn child." And in this country, it said smoking may lead to emphysema and cancer or something like that. But there's a lot more safety built into stock car racing, such as fire certificate. Yeah, well, yeah. And there was a guy in Canada that thought it was clever to be walking around in a flak jacket. So it says it doesn't say anything about cloud competitions.
When the Surgeon General put those warnings on the cigarettes, a lot of us, granted it was our way of trying to convince ourselves that we could still smoke and be safe about, or, be healthy about it, but we ignored those, or we chalked it up to they're just trying to scare us.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, Ohm's Law is a scientifically proven theory. or not
Oh, no,
theory.
it's not a theory at all.
Yeah, not a theory, but it's been scientifically proven repeatedly.
Ohm's law is a law, but it's an interesting kind of law, okay? And it's important to note that it's a law that that's been reformulated over time, and one of the reasons it's been reformulated over time is because there's things that come into play in Ohm's law that. And when I talk about the implications of it, there's things that come into play in Ohm's law, and one of those things is current density, and so while it is a series of absolutes, together there are a series of absolutes that end up making a law. And one of the most important things that anybody who's into electronics that needs to apply Ohm's law needs to understand the implications under which it's being applied. And, Elf, if it's not a theory, then it's fact. No, if it's not a theory, it could be a hypothesis. It could be a lot of other things. But a law is a law is a law. But the reality of Ohm's law is that it's a series. It's based on a series of implications, and one of the implications is current density. And one of the things that we're dealing with in these PVs is current densities, and there's not a single human being that's, that hasn't educated themselves in electronics that's vaping that understands the implications of current density when it comes into Ohm's law, and that's important. I'm just going to look something up so that I don't get it wrong.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
Killer Bathtub, the biggest issue with sub-ohming, and great, if you're alone when you're doing it and it's your choice, it's your choice. It's the people that go to public places and sub-ohm and mods blow up. It does happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I was going to say, I was stating that it's a series of things that come together to create a law. Ohm's law is the term I was looking for is it's an empirical law. So it's a generalization, okay, that has shown that current is approximately proportional to the electric field for most materials. But that's the important thing to realize. It's an approximation, that's proportional to the electric field. The thing that you want to really, and if you understand the implications of Ohm's law, then you'll also know about Maxwell's equations, and I guarantee you, and Dr. David, who's still in here, can jump in on. See if he didn't rage quit. She fell out somehow.
Yeah.
Dave could possibly jump in on this too, but Maxwell's equations come into play. When we start getting down into these tiny little numbers. She just said here we lost the network somehow. Hang on a second.
We're fine.
I'm gonna text her and tell her we're still in the thing. She thinks that the network is down.
No, her computer crashed.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Tomotronic, one of the other issues is the batteries that we think are safe, a lot of them are being mislabeled.
That's absolutely true.
That's the other thing you guys have got to consider is the batteries that you think are safe are being mislabeled.
That's absolutely true. I mean, one of the things. I mean, a lot of people. I really don't want to cite a lot of. I really don't want to cite a lot of the battery manufacturers for being dishonest. Okay. But an important thing for people to realize is I see a lot of people using these purple EFES that are labeled 35 amps. And the first thing to realize, I've been to the Consumer Electronics Show. I met the manufacturer that makes the batteries that EFES uses. Okay, and those are not 35 amp batteries, and that's a very, very big problem. EFES does not make batteries. Okay, they distribute batteries that they buy, and eFest is one of the relabelers that is highly dishonest. Okay, they're marketing to our to our thing. Some batteries are fake, some are dishonestly labeled, and we're starting to see batteries come into the market that are quite dangerously labeled. You read Purple eFest, just 35 pulse and 20 continuous, but see, Sweller, there's no such thing as a pulse rating. That's something that somebody in vaping invented. Okay, no responsible manufacturer would put a surge rating on a battery and market it. It's just ridiculous. So that's a problem, So we're up against multiple things here, and one of the big things is the battery manufacturers are being dishonest. The people that are selling them don't know any better.
Right.
And the other thing is there's this general misunderstanding that if it can generate 35 amps on the first hit, it's going to do that till the end. And if people look at it and say, well, there's 2,500 milliamp hours in here, I should be able to get 2.5 amps for an hour. That means that for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I should be able to get 250 or whatever number they make up. And the problem with that is that every time you hit that battery, the capacity is lower, so the amp rating is lower. So there you go. Full load intermittent or continuous is still full load. That's absolutely true. So pulsing it doesn't mean that you're making it safe. In fact, what you're doing is you're making the electrons dance so freaking hard that you're making it more dangerous. How about Sony VTCs? Are they good batteries? I hesitate to answer that because the origin of those batteries is not Sony. They're actually made by another manufacturer for Sony. So it's crazy. I bought an eFest battery that was labeled, I think, 30 amps, and I unwrapped it, and it was a 15 amp battery from Panasonic.
Wow.
And by the way, I got it from eFest at a show. So you can't say it was a counterfeit that was rewrapped. It's rewrapped by eFest. So it's a 15 amp battery, and they're calling it double that. So Dave, what I was talking about, and I wanted to know if you could chime in, is that Ohm's law is an empirical law. So it's based on a series of assumptions, and current density has a lot to do with it. And without understanding the implications of current density, then the calculations that people are doing are simply mental masturbation. They're not really telling you the story about what's going on inside a given device. And I mentioned that if you really study electronics, you realize that your understanding of Ohm's law is completely controlled by Maxwell's equations, and without an understanding of Maxwell's equations, you really are powerless to do anything except the simplest computations using Ohm's laws. So, how can I call assumptions a law? Vapors, I don't call assumptions a law. Those are not my words. An empirical law is a law which is based on a series of conditions and assumptions, as opposed to a hard and true law, which is as opposed to something which is based on under all conditions X will occur. Ohm's law is a law based on, it's an empirical law. Is there any batteries that don't do that rewrapping? Which do you use? I use AW batteries. They are rewrapped cells made to Andrew Wong's spec, and they have been amazingly consistent. So Dave said, yeah, the relationship with electricity and magnetism, and that's an important factor here that's going on in these PVs. Is once the DC electronics, once the DC electricity starts flowing up the side of the PV next to the battery, that creates a magnetic field, and that magnetic field has enormous implications in these equations. You cannot, using Ohm's law, determine what's really going on in one of these PVs. Damn it, I just did it again. Give me a second. Every time I click that thing, it makes it go away. But I'll be back in a second and read it to be able to. I'm here, but but reading the chat was tricky. So anyway, I mean, Dave, do you agree with that? You know do you agree with that? That using Ohm's law to determine what's going on in a PV is a gross oversimplification? Yeah. So he just agreed. Yeah. So he agrees. You have a strong electromagnetic field surrounding the power source and will affect it, and it absolutely does. Coffee nut, AW1600 or AW2000. Depends on the device I'm putting it in. The AW1600 is actually a more robust cell, even though it has fewer milliamp hours of storage capacity. It does have a more robust chemistry. The 2000, they get to the 2000 by using a less robust chemistry that's got more storage but less current. So the C rating, is in there. The Faraday cage mod coming soon.
What about the Orbitronic batteries?
What's that?
What about Orbitronic batteries?
Have you noticed Orbitronics batteries have all but disappeared?
I've actually noticed that. Not many people have brought them up recently.
Yeah. Do you know why?
I'm assuming they're not very good.
The Orbitronics were just a rewrap Panasonic, and people figured it out. The MNKE, somebody asked about MNKEs. Somebody just said junk. MNKEs are actually quite good batteries.
If you can get the real batteries.
If you can get real ones, yeah. The main thing is eBay is not the place to buy a good battery.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, Orbs rock. Yeah. Again, the Orbtronic was a highly rated battery that didn't actually do what it said it could do. And the Panasonic button top is not as good as an AW. Oh, you weren't calling MNKE junk? Yeah, they're very good. MNKEs are very good batteries. The challenge that I have as a manufacturer is when
I will be right back.
When I put a PV through insurance underwriting, I have to submit what battery is going to be used with it. And at that point, that's the only battery that I can recommend. So that becomes a problem. There must be, there is a delay a little bit here, Don. LG is coming into the market also, and they should, because so many of these batteries that we are buying at a premium price are actually LG batteries. And LG does make some very good batteries, and I'm sure that if LG comes into the market, they will quite honestly label their batteries. And the problem with that is they probably won't sell well, because that's the case. Lucky Gold Star is a Korean company. LG is a Korean company, but the thing about them being a Korean company doesn't mean that everything that they make is everything they make isn't necessarily made in Korea. They're just a Korean-owned company, and I wouldn't say that being made in Korea is necessarily a bad thing. So, do you remember taking pictures with you at VCCNE? Oh, is that you, Don? Yeah, it was weird. It was like looking in a mirror. I thought I had been cloned. So, Anyway, is the AW and the AW2100 are okay, but I don't have I've never seen an AW2100. Who's making it? I haven't seen that.
I have an AW2000, not a 2100.
Yeah, I've got 2000s and 1600s. Globalization makes things so complicated. Here to stay, though. Yeah, and I agree with that. Globalization is complicating, but globalization is also not a bad thing. So we all live on the same planet. Let's try to create a world economy. I think it's a good idea. Made in China is not always a bad thing, Creed. I agree with you. So, there you go. I don't know where, I guess Siebes isn't going to make it back. But,
I guess not. I don't know what happened to her.
So, welcome to Naked in the Woods with Zen. So, noob question. What sub-ohm builds should we be building? Oh, come on. Really? You should not build any sub-ohm builds. Oh, what ohm builds? I read that incorrectly. I apologize. What ohm builds should we be building? You know what? One of the things that we teach people to do with the ZFO on a daily basis is how to correctly build a higher ohm coil. We get people that are vaping quite happily at 1.5, 1.7, 1.9 all the time. And Ego, how long have you been vaping?
2.5 years.
2.5 years ago, you were vaping at 2.2?
Actually, as soon as I figured out that there was something slightly lower than a 2.2, I jumped on it. But I think I did start off at a 2.2.
Yeah, there's not. 2.5 years ago, there wasn't much below 2.2 except maybe 1.5.
That's the one that and to this day, I still vape on 1.5.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that there are people that get quite satisfying vapes well above 1 ohm. Katz is vaping at 2.2. Army Guy's at 1.4. Where am I right this minute? I'm at 1.2 on this device. And the thing is, you can get flavor, throat hit, everything that you need except a gigantic cloud at well above an ohm. Okay, and that's the thing. Teaching people that the correct way to vape is at 0.2 ohms is just incorrect, and they believe it. So not on Zen, has no Zen. Well, get yourself one. They're pretty affordable these days.
I've always been of the mindset whenever somebody has asked, and I've heard many people say, "Oh, you want more throw hit? Drop your ohms, drop your ohms, drop your ohms." My theory is always
raise your neck, raise your neck,
or raise your PG if you don't want to raise your neck.
Yeah, easily done. Easily done. Then they say, "Well, I like it hotter." Well, okay. You can also get hot at 1.5 ohms. 1.7 ohms on a Veritas on a Vapor Shark at 25 watts. You see, this is the thing with these regulated devices. They're, the devices that would be actually pretty safe at sub-ohm, okay, people find that they're getting flavor at above 1 ohm. So they head away from the sub-ohm builds once they discover how much flavor there is in the higher ohm builds. You remember when they all had silica? A lot of them still do. The thing is, let's just face it. It's the cloud chasing that is all about the low ohm build. But the cloud chasers are teaching people how to vape now, and that's the problem. Listen, I've got 3 ohm builds. Is that you, Keith, by the way? Michael's 43? I don't know if that's you or not. But 3 ohm builds can have immense flavor and incredible vapor on a regulated device. So, yeah, 2 ohm at 4 volt for flavor, and there you go.
See, I do like the warmer vape. That's why I've always gone for the lower ohm. I've tried the higher ohms. It just never worked for me.
So how do you build a good coil at 1.5? How do you think of micro? First of all, to build a good build at 1.5, stick with a single coil. You know, don't go to doubles. And then from there, you know, go a little larger than a microcoil, a little larger than a nano. You know, get it up there 5/64ths or so in diameter, and just wrap them up, and you're good to go. You know, I mean, it's here. This is not absolute, but in general, in all of the studies that we've done, this is double blind. You bring people into the shop and let them taste things. Don't tell them what they're tasting. The thinner the wire gauge, the better the flavor. Okay. Every test that we've done, every time we've pulled people in for blind testing, they don't know what they're testing. They don't know what they're tasting. They always say that thinner wire gauges have better flavor. You know, that's a given. So if you want flavor and you're using 24 gauge wire, you know, you're already losing the battle. You know, let's bring 10440s back. I just bought 4 10440 IMR batteries, Swelling.
Wow.
Yeah, I just bought 4 of them, and it's because I've got a little 10440 PV that I decided to vape for a while. Switch from 32 to 28. I've learned much tonight. And the thing is, you know, go right in the middle. Do 30. You know, there you go. You know, go. You know, go for flavor. You know, and by the way, you can get 32 gauges thinner. It heats up faster. Okay, it's easier on your battery. You know, you can build a very satisfying vape with 32 gauge. Why people gravitated to thicker gauges? Because they figured the higher the wattage, the more the vapor, and there is a certain amount of truth in that. But you can get into sufficient vapor at a much higher resistance. So
I use a 26 gauge wire.
Try some 32; it'll taste better.
I've tried 32 and I had problems wrapping it. That's why I went to the 26, because it's a little stiffer and it's easier for me personally to wrap. That's the only reason I'm at a lower wire. I've
got a wire that's going to be coming out called Z Twist, which is a pre-twisted two 32s twisted together and then softly annealed.
Okay.
And it's pretty easy to work with. And you know, it's you know, there's no secret as to what it is. It's Canthal. That's heavily annealed and then twisted, and then annealed again. And it's a pain in the ass to make yourself. So pre-making it is sort of the best way to do it.
Yeah. Cool. When do you think that will be coming out?
We just put about 100 feet of it into beta this week. Just to get people's reactions to it. The question is how much. The real question is how soft do we want to anneal it? So I did 20 feet of 5 different softnesses, and sent them off to people to give me some feedback. Guys, I have a group of beta testers that I use for everything. So everybody wants to be a beta tester. The big thing on beta testers is I work with the same group of beta testers every time because they know the type of feedback that I want to get, and I just don't have time to train another beta tester. Cajun guitarist, good night. Glad you like the show. Yes, it's 2014 and I'm not a tester. Well, you know what happens. Anyway, so you know, the whole thing with me, you know, is I beta test stuff like that to death before it releases. The packaging, yeah, it's funny. The packaging is designed for the Z Twist already, and I don't even have the final product yet. But we're definitely I'm getting so far. A couple days into it, the feedback that I'm getting is very good. It gives you an equivalent wire gauge of a 30. With much more surface area than a 30.
Oh,
so
neat.
So it actually works pretty well. so to me that's good. And it does work well. Building the mechanism to anneal it properly was the hardest part. We got that licked a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty happy that it's looking good, because I put a lot of time into figuring out how to twist up wire in quantity and anneal it in quantity. So sounds like Monday magic wire. I'm not familiar with that, but you know. So that's the but what we're definitely going to have the capacity to make quite a bit of it. So, but it's going to take some time. Going to take some time to build up a little inventory. I would say by mid-fall, early winter, it should be on the market.
Cool. I will definitely keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, it's and we're not going to get like. We're not going to do the G-plat thing and make it $20 for 20 feet or something,
That'll be even nicer.
We'll probably make it more like $5 for 5 feet, much.
I've tried G-plat. It did nothing for me.
Music wire winder. Yeah, music wire winder won't do what we're doing here, actually. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea behind this stuff is, I like the 32 for flavor. The 30 gauge is a little, if you can get it to 30 gauge, it's a little quicker, and people like that fast slew rate on it. So it's sort of a best of both worlds sort of a thing, but still quite easy to manipulate, to coil with it and do higher ohm builds, So anyway, it being 2:19 and we've been on here for 3 hours, probably a good time to call. Anybody got any final questions or anything like that?
Hanzo pointed out, dumb ohm is a new rally cry. In his opinion, you need to get some reputable citations to reference, because obviously calling anybody dumb is going to upset them. We
Good.
Understand that.
Good. And listen, here's the thing. There is far more third-party documentation to what I'm saying is true than there is in the other direction. Okay. Anybody that walks around citing Ohm's law, point them. And I rarely point people at Wikipedia, but point at the Wikipedia article on Ohm's law. And after about 3 paragraphs, they're going to realize they don't know anything about it. Okay.
Right.
I am certain that many of the things that I brought up are covered in that. The main thing is, you're not going to find reputable citations that point at batteries being relabeled. You're not going to find, a lot of third-party documentation to support. That these Chinese manufacturers are actually, quite unsafely relabeling batteries. But anybody who understands electronics knows that we're not packing that many amps of current into one of these little batteries. And that's, that's the deal. If you're going to talk about Ohm's law and somebody says, do you know anything about Maxwell's equations, then they don't know what they're doing, So, but the main thing about this is to take home that people that are doing these incredibly low ohm builds, okay, are not, have not educated themselves to the point where they make something which is inherently unsafe safe, okay, and that's the, you cannot. Your educating yourself cannot change the laws of physics. Okay, only understanding them, can give you a clue. And if you don't understand what's going on in there, what you're doing is taking a risk. And just because somebody else has done it without blowing their hand off doesn't mean that he will be able to continue to do it without blowing their hand off.
Right.
And I know that I would guess that the guy that blew up his battery in San Antonio has probably vaped what he considered safely up until that point. Okay, and it was at that moment that he realized it wasn't safe. Okay, and that's the thing, is these guys think that they're safe until it blows up, and then they say, "Oh yeah, that wasn't safe. Maybe they were right." You know, yeah, it's so much like people that suddenly decide to use condoms after they have AIDS. You know, to me, it's oh yeah, that wasn't safe. You know, it's too late, and you know what? He also modded the switch on the mod that turned into a rocket, and there's all of those things. Yeah, he's a dipshit. We get that, but doesn't mean that that was a safe build. You can modify the switch. You can do this. You can do that. It comes down to, it's not a safe activity. Whether you modify the switch, whether it was bone stock, it doesn't matter. You know, what you're asking a battery to do with these super low ohm builds is, every time you push that button and the battery doesn't blow up, was not safe. It was luck, and that's the point. You know, where can you read about the San Antonio deal? Go look at Phil Basardo's post from today. He's got.
Oh, he did a great video on it and provided as much information as he possibly could. But do we know, I mean, this is kind of a devil's advocate question, but do we know that he was sub-ohming, or is it just an assumption?
First of all, that's a great question. It is an assumption.
Okay.
It's an assumption because we don't know who he was. Somebody has the remaining pieces of the mods, and it has not come forward. Okay, but there is the assumption that he did.
Okay.
However, that being said, if he wasn't sub-ohming and it blew up like that, that only further proves my point. That these batteries can blow up on loads which are much higher than these ultra low loads.
Okay.
Okay. So let's just say he wasn't at below an ohm. Let's say he was at 1.2. His PV still blew up, right? Which it only further proves my point. It auto fired in his pocket. But it was, and here's where it starts now. I'll bet it was a fake battery. I bet it was this. I bet it was that.
Right now, we just don't know. Everything is going to be an assumption because we don't know.
That's correct. We don't know. But here's what we do know. Batteries can explode. There's a lot of people that believe that they don't. Okay? That you can do anything that you want to them, and they're not. Okay? And the thing is, a lot of people are buying fake batteries. Guess what? Most of you are buying fake batteries. If you're buying eFest, you're buying a fake battery. Okay? You're buying a battery that's been relabeled by a marketing company. Many of the batteries that are being sold to vapors are batteries that have been relabeled, and marketed to us. And no, there shouldn't be fakes out there, but they are, which just makes it more dangerous. And it might work, say, for 100 times, and the 101st it could blow, and it could also blow on the 3rd time. It could blow on the 50th time. And the thing is, if you want to have it not blow, don't tax that battery in that way. Don't do that thing. So there you go. So there you go. So anyway. Tony, I don't care how ugly your face is, we still want to try to keep it nice.
One more quick question, because he's driving me nuts. What is this vape bag Tony is bitching about, or asking to see?
I don't know.
Oh, so he's insane. We already knew this. Cool.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I have a vape bag. Has he seen it?
I don't know. He's been asking in chat for a while to see the vape bag.
What is he? Okay, is he talking about the vape bag that I was carrying around? My vape case?
Oh, now that he's actually got the attention, he's not going to answer the pain in the ass.
Oh, you're looking for secrets. Yeah, listen, yeah, there's secrets in my vape bag, things that aren't ready to be seen. Yeah. I've got one of those little vape bags that they, the vape,
Yeah.
those vape bags with all the pockets and that kind of stuff in it. It was a gift.
The
and
one you showed, the one you show Owl. I love his typing.
The one you show Owl. Oh no, I'm not showing that on here. Yeah, I know what he's after.
Okay.
I know what he's after. Yeah, that's not quite ready for prime time there.
Nice try, Tony.
Yes, yeah, that's good. What he meant to say was, thank you and good night. Hey, listen, it was an interesting, tumultuous evening. I apologize to anybody that if I was getting irritated with people, but to me, this is a topic that threatens our ability to vape. Okay, if this stuff keeps going the way that it's going, vaping's going to go away. People start blowing stuff up on a more regular basis, and they're no longer going to be concerned with what the FDA is going to do. We're going to be worried about other agencies getting involved, and you keep venting batteries, it'll get to the point where you won't be able to fly to a vape meet with your vape gear. Okay?
Yeah.
And this is that's important, to realize that if you see somebody doing it, engage them in a conversation. You don't have to be disrespectful. I suggest you call them stupid, but you don't have to.
That is your opinion on what to start the conversation, and that's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, engage them in a conversation about safety, and they will tell you that they know what they're doing if they've educated themselves properly, and that's their mantra. The fact is, they haven't, they don't, and they will continue to behave that way, and we need to stop it. I really think that we need to, those that agree with us need to actively engage people that disagree with it and get in their face, and really actively engage them. I would be very happy if cloud blowing and conventional vaping went different ways. You go do what you're doing and stay away from us.
Yeah.
If they're going to continue to do it, I'd like to divest us of that. And to that end, I encourage people to not support cloud contests. Or support events that have cloud contests. I encourage people to not shop at shops that are encouraging low sub-ohm builds. There you go. Killer Beth, it was a joke, but call the wrong people stupid. I promise it will happen. Listen, I'm not really afraid to call people stupid. Maybe it'll get them to listen. Everything else we've tried doesn't. And keeping us off of cigarettes and not blowing the biggest clouds is the point of this. And helping people quit smoking is why we build PVs. And if it ever became something else, I would probably, I own machinery. I can make guns. I mean, I don't have to make this stuff. But a non sub-ohm cloud contest to see what people can do with standard resistors would be an awesome idea. I think and it's that kind of thing. But the thing is, the promoters of the events need to know that that we don't want to be in the same room with people that are going to have things that blow up. We really, I would support any event and I would support it in a big way. I would support any event that didn't allow people to walk through the door with a build below an ohm.
Right.
I would support that in a big way, because it promotes the ability to build a safe and satisfying vape, at a safer level, you know. And and again, we get back to their mantra of, well, nothing is safe. You know, okay, we can do the schoolyard crap all night long, but it comes down to there are, some things are safer than others, and let's try to make it, so that what we're doing here is as safe as we can possibly do it. I've said over and over again, I would be devastated if I found out that somebody blew up a battery and hurt themselves in one of my PVs. I would be devastated to know that. And I think that any responsible manufacturer would. But there's a lot of people that are just, all that matters is that they sell this stuff that blows big clouds because it makes them money. So, yeah, there you go. Alibi. I don't want to beta test Zen's first gun. It's too late. Too late to beta test my first gun. So, if you sub-ohm with dual parallel box mod and double your amps for safety. Listen, here's the thing. 2 batteries is safer than 1. Okay? 4 batteries is safer than 2. 8 is safer than, we can do that. But wouldn't it be easier to just stop building coils that cause batteries to blow up? To me, that just is what is sensible. I quit smoking using an 801 that was 3.2 volts and 3.6 ohms. I was able to quit smoking using that device. People all over the planet are quitting smoking using Enjoy Kings and Mark 10s and Vuses and Blues. We poo-poo all that stuff because we're vapors and we do the other thing.
No, I poo-poo that stuff because I've tried it and those things suck.
Yeah, well, they do. Well, have you tried them recently?
I tried an Enjoy not too long ago.
One of my favorite treats is an Enjoy King. I buy the bold menthol flavor and I hang it out of my mouth and remember the old days of a cigarette hanging out of my mouth and drive around in my garden tractor. I just tried a Mark 10 the other day. It worked pretty well. I was down in Atlanta. Owl had a smooth disposable e-cigar that was amazing. It was absolutely an amazing vape. And it's there's lots of ways to quit smoking with this stuff without going down this I use the term over and over again tonight, but without going down this rabbit hole into creating gigantic clouds.
It boils down to whatever's going to work for you as long as it's safe for you and the people around you.
Right, but when you take a guy that walks into a vape shop that's never vaped before and you sell him, and he walks out with a Mac dripper and a 0.15 ohm build,
yeah.
What have we really done here? We've given a guy something that is unsafe, and everything he tries after it will have less of everything, and it was over the top to start with.
Yep.
So, anybody that hasn't watched the video of the 10 strands of 24 gauge and where the guy vents the battery at the end should do so, because and you guys were talking about that earlier, I think. Did you see it?
I haven't seen that. Wait, that's the 26 650s.
No, he's got one 26 650, and he's made a thing with 10 strands of 24 gauge.
Oh, good lord.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Bear with me 1 second.
Do you have that New Jersey Devil? I saw one recently where, this is the one. I did see this one. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to point something out that a lot of people didn't realize, okay? and that is, here's the most important thing to realize, and if you've watched it once, you may not have caught it, but listen closely as he's doing it. His child is in the same room with him.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. And when it's all said and done, he dumps the battery in Wolf Tech just said, dumps the vented battery in a plastic trash can filled with paper.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and he's fidgeting with this thing that's not working and not working and not working because it's just punishing the battery. And he says it's 0.04 ohms. And I'm going to tell you something. With that build, that is way below 0.04. It's just that his ohm meter is so far off, he's not reading it correctly.
Well, and then he just did, if you look at his channel, he does some really stupid shit anyways. He's got one that he's labeled 0.03 ohms, wickless coils, 2352 watts stacked.
Yeah. Yeah, but watch that one that I was just talking about, the one, the 10x, that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his child is in the same room. So Orlando Plume says 0.001 ohm build. There isn't anybody in this chat that owns an ohm meter that can read 0.001. So that's a problem anyway. If you have to use a towel to use it, don't you think something really? See, that's the thing. That's moronic behavior. And the thing is, if nobody, if some young attention, this is the post that I put in that my comment to him. If somebody who's got like attention deficit disorder starts watching that 23-minute long video and gets halfway through it and says, "I want to build one too," right, and doesn't realize that he vents the battery at the end of it, even though it says battery vents at end, you could read that to mean, oh, there's vents in it somewhere. You don't know, right? And the bottom line here is that somebody's going to look at that, and somebody may say, you know what? He wasn't pulsing it. That's why the battery blew. I'm going to try it and pulse it, and he's still going to blow it.
Yeah.
It's just it's promoting unsafe behavior. And that's the thing, and I don't want to sound like it's totalitarianistic here, but I think it's time that we do that. I think it's time that we say, you need to stop doing this, we need to stop promoting this, we need to start calling people, like that. Call them dumb. They're dumb. They're being dumb. Listen, I got a buddy that every time he gets behind the wheel of his car, at some point he's going to exceed the speed limit, okay? I have no problem calling him dumb,
Yep.
Irresponsible, dumb, call it what you want. Dumb-oming sounds good.
Okay, irresponsible would be the PC way to do it. Dumb would... How about ill-informed, ignorant?
Dumb-omer. I like dumb-omer. Yeah. Hidden says, no way that was 0.4, it's a dead short. I think he called it 0.04, but 0.04 is a dead short. I mean, come on.
Also, read the comments that he put under his video about, basically, he built that coil to stress the battery, to push the battery to its limits.
Yeah,
but he knows all about Ohm's law.
Dumb ohming is dead. Safe ohming is the future. I hope so. I don't think you're right. I'd like it to be. I'd like it to be right. I'd like people to walk around promoting safe ohming. I would like to see safe ohming T-shirts that I have no intention of making. And I just want to see. Yeah, 0.04 is the internal resistance of most batteries, but I would like it to be safer. I would like people to be able to vape safely, and as long as there's people promoting this and big events that are promoting it, and that's the thing that gets me is, these events. The San Antonio event was a big event. Okay, that's a big event that had a cloud contest. It's a big event that promotes that behavior. It's a big event that has people sitting at home practicing, trying to figure out how to blow the biggest cloud. Okay. that's there are big events promoting this, and there are event promoters that are making money off of this, and there are shops that are selling materials to do this, and at the end of the day, it's dangerous, and it needs to be stopped, and if you see people doing it, you should tell them to stop. I think that attention junk. How do you get even with an attention junkie? How do you make an attention junkie stop doing what he's doing? Stop paying attention to him.
Stop giving them the 15 seconds of fame.
Yeah, stop looking up to them. Stop. When you see videos like that, just call them idiots.
Or don't click on it. That's the other thing. YouTube is based off of how many times that video is watched. The more you watch it, the more popular the video gets. The more it's basically promoted through YouTube. Don't click on it. Don't freaking watch it. Listen to your friends if they say it's a stupid guy.
Yeah. And is it bad that you want to find the guy and hurt him for endangering a child? No, I don't think it is bad. The guy blew up a battery with his child in the room.
iPatch Dude, it is too late to get back into this. Obviously, you haven't been in the show all night. We've already approached that repeatedly, and I don't want to get back into it. Rewatch the video when we post it. I will be posting this within the next couple of days.
Oh, that'll be fun to hear the flack from it.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, Zen went off on that guy. You know what? I was talking to Siebes about this earlier, and it was like, I know it's going to alienate people. I know it's going to get people pissed off at me. They're the same people that I don't care if they buy my devices anyway. Okay, and frankly, somebody has to draw the line in the sand. Somebody has to, and from my perspective, if I don't speak out about it, then I'm part of the problem, and I don't want to be a part of the problem. The industry is a big part of the problem, and I'm a big part of the industry. And this may make me a smaller part of the industry, but that's just the way it goes. If it's just the way it goes. I just cannot say nothing about this. I cannot sit back and do nothing. And there are people that hopefully people in this room learned something that they didn't know.
I learned a lot tonight.
The information that I shared is what I've always considered to be common knowledge, but common knowledge within my peer group. Okay, and my peer group is people that do what I do. And they're guys like Dave, Dr. Dave, and they're guys that understand that what these laws of physics are and how they work. And what we have in this sub-ohming community is people that a year ago didn't know what Ohm's law was, didn't own a meter, didn't have any understanding of electronics, of DC electronic circuits in any way, shape, or form. They've been educated by people that know as little as they do now. Okay. And Dave can test. I'm sure Dave will jump in when I say this and hopefully agree that a year of understanding these circuits isn't enough for them to be able to say that they've educated themselves and understand the risks. And that's the thing. Vaping hasn't lasted long. Hasn't been around long enough for these people that didn't know anything about electronics to be educated in electronics now. So there, and it is a beginning. We are at the beginning of this industry, but the main thing is that these people that didn't know anything about electronics still don't. Okay,
right?
Because they haven't been taught correctly, and You don't think so, Zen? I think the dumb owners are a smaller percentage of the community. They are a very small percentage of the community, and they think they're a big percentage. But when I look at the vape community, I include all vapors, and that includes the people that are not members of social media. You know, so the sub-ohmers are less than a couple of percent of the entire vaping market.
But the sub-owners are also, or the cloud competitions especially, are already getting their own articles in papers and magazines and stuff like that.
Yes, they are.
Which
Yes,
is drawing attention to the vaping community, which, can be kind of a plus, but not that way.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So, yeah, and the thing is, it's to me, I just don't want to, I just don't want people to hurt themselves. I mean, that's the bottom line. And a little knowledge can be very dangerous. And the people that are saying they're doing it safe because they educated themselves on this have a little knowledge, and they're very dangerous. So I'm seeing where the upcoming conventions are canceling their cloud competitions. That's true, Dawn, and that's due in part to an initiative which I started today, which was contacting the upcoming conventions and saying that not only will I not be attending if they have cloud competitions, but I'm going to encourage other vendors to not participate as well. And I've shot out a number of communications to a number of vendors which I know, and they support me in it. And they found out these guys that are doing these events found out in a real hurry when their phones started ringing saying, if you're having a cloud competition, I'm going to not be there. They found out in a real hurry that the cloud competition is not going to help them draw people to their event. It's going to cause people to not go. So, so that's it. I'm going to go to bed. Everybody go home and throw your batteries away and buy new ones. People are using them way too long, and switch them out. Switch them out every 3 months. Don't buy extras when they're on sale and sit on them, because they're just degrading. And be safe. Be safe. If you think it might be risky, then don't do it. So there you go. All right. This was fun, wasn't it?
It was a lot of fun.
Cool. So I'm going to fly out of here. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much.
And be safe.
Have a good night, everybody.